Okay, you missed that.
No,
No,
no.
there was a false alarm. There was no people. Okay? The name of that, what's the name of that song is not down? What song?
But I know for a fact Alex Fine, like when she came that first day.
Kid Cudi is not coming today. In the city say. Okay, there you got it. I know the guy's gonna be understanding that was talking about the ratification and all of the people. They didn't finish with him. He was just getting started, honey. Okay? He had a whole arsenal. He had a whole thing. Like he was going to Iraq. It's like you have a war with Iraq. Like what you doing with all that?
Look at that. That's the old West Side Highway. It was raised.
Death Ave.
It collapsed in like 1973.
It's a documentary that was playing at IFC Center
Oh, really?
a few weeks ago.
Oh, shit.
And then I don't know. I'll tell y'all when I come out.
Drop Dead City about New York going
Yeah.
bankrupt.
Oh, yeah.
It was so
Started
good.
about now, so I'm
They
getting
showed,
ready to
they
wrap
had
it
some
up.
vintage footage of that.
Did they talk about how it ended up, how they went bankrupt? Like, what
Yes.
were they doing? Like, what was the, like, what did they do?
So,
Because it's not like in the 70s the finance market left. I mean, you know what I mean?
they never did a proper audit of it. And they were spending.
Oh yeah, no, I
Oh,
see him.
CUNY was free.
He had his shirt on.
Whatever, all these expenses were never actually calculated, like how much New York City actually owed to fund all these things. They had a new, I think it was a new comptroller
And that's
came
why I'm still
in and
here.
did a
Yeah, they just told me that she's like, together. But yeah, I didn't get it either. All I know is I was standing there and they walked out with me and then I saw them. I was like, oh my god, what was that? Yeah, I run when everybody runs too, or I'm running in a different direction and can't see them. So as you guys know, that's what I go. I'm always in a different spot.
I'm just going to take a quick picture of this if you guys don't want to be in it.
Hey, I can be in it. I'll photobomb it. Just kidding. Have a good day. People are saying that was a celebrity therapist. Jeff Friedman. I see all of us countries together because they do it. Be careful with everybody in the church. They're here. They're trying to get shots and stuff. Respect. They're out here working. And
horizontal or?
horizontal and one possible like full one and one.
Well, you're so far away.
No, like I mean like turn.
Where you went? This way?
Yeah.
Kind of too wide. Why don't you come closer? Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. You don't want to break? Okay. Here, give me some more direction.
Can you do a little? Like, do you know if Kid Cudi's already?
Not that we've seen it. There was some other witness.
Can you do more and then just half?
Like,
Like I'm gonna come closer and then more like.
is that wide enough what you had before?
Yeah, you can like not that like me.
Zoom in.
Not. Oh, I will just.
Here, let's take a couple shots. You can. Come this way a little bit. Oh, there we go. That's gonna be better. Yeah. See here. Here, stick it in there.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure one is better.
much of a fucking anything. Fuck. Oh, that's a big shit show. Better eat this shit.
Hey, y'all. I know what's going on. Now I'm going to this one. I'm not dumb. How this thing works? Look what's out there now.
fucking work, right? What's this lady doing? I tell you, those three kids, they do not walk in with a swag of their dad.
Go down, just enough to let the thing know.
I'm thinking spoons. Why spoons? Well, because I tried knives, it didn't quite work.
good dude.
I did sports for I've been back in Fox. 13, 12 years back in Fox. And then before that, I was off and on doing news and sports for like 97 to 2002. I was in Florida, and I was in the G. I could see the writing on the wall. But it literally was 5 years to the day I walked in that prison. No way to and then I came back here.
Hey, man.
was a good sandwich. That bacon was burnt perfectly. Uh-oh, that whole thing just fell.
It's so hungry.
Standing all day, bored as fuck. "13,000 steps yesterday. That walk helped out.
Gotta hurry up and get to the red light.
cars allowed to go on that. So they got to come out. They got to come out. Walk out. That whole street. But coming in, they have to come in this way. They were concerned about it really well. I don't know if they were concerned for running or like regular
It's 10 o'clock.
Who's Cudi? Oh, he's not? Okay.
Yeah, prosecution said this morning.
Well, thank you, sir. That gets me out of the ring.
So should we go get dry?
Prosecution just yeah, we can go over.
If they were like way ahead of schedule, like well, like if they were way ahead of schedule, I would have said, all right, let's get them over here. It would be, yeah.
This woman Dawn Hughes,
She did, I think she did also, what's his name? Yeah. That's where the picture I got from her was. It's the first time I looked at a picture and I was like, yeah, that's her. That's her and Emma. It's the first time most of the time, like, all right. Great. Boys at lunch.
want to hang out across the street?
Yeah. See it. I'll be over in a second. trying to get to the state, the criminal court, so we can get a path for learning.
When is that? Supreme Court?
We don't really know. We just think it's the criminal court we have to go to get a state path.
State would be good. Then try this one. It's the state Supreme Court.
Okay, thanks. doors probably not open, there's rain. You'll see them. Once you see them, get to them, make a left, you'll walk through, you'll see them. You'll see the big red board thing. You'll walk through, left is left. Alright, like I said, your left, walk past the courtroom, up to the blue, eating room place. And then you'll see this opening to make it to the left. All the way back out. Not all the way, just traffic right here. See the traffic right here? Yeah. Yeah, the first traffic. Yeah, make a left. You'll see there's a court building, and then another big courtroom, once you get past that, you see what I'm talking about, the food place, make a left, start walking, you will eventually run right into Home Depot. The place where you can walk in. Alright.
All right, so we are starting our live hosting here on our YouTube stream of day 8 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. As we continue our live coverage right here, we are going to be speaking with criminal defense attorney Jeremy Rosenthal. But before we do that, I did want to recap the very latest. I'm Stephanie Quinu. I appreciate you sticking with us. For all of you there on our YouTube stream, thank you for chiming in as we continue our coverage. Mike Page is going to be returning to the hosting seat likely tomorrow, but I will be with you for the duration of today. So I did want to just get back to the very latest information. Unfortunately, we no longer have a live look outside the federal courthouse in New York City, as we were showing that to you earlier this morning. We do still have this live look of the skyline right there of downtown New York City. So on the stand right now is a psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. She's testifying right now, talking about trauma response, and the trauma bond that can keep a victim in a relationship with her abuser. So the very latest is this. She has been talking to the jury about trauma bonds during her testimony today in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial, explaining that because these relationships start with love, the victims continue to want that feeling. And when they are shown that love, they want it back. And that creates, she says, a psychological attachment called a trauma bond. So that is according to Dr. Dawn Hughes testifying right now. She says that victims love their partner despite the violence and abuse. So when times are good, that creates a very strong bond. She then claims that because the acts of abuse are so private and oftentimes humiliating, the victim only turns to the abuser, creating that very powerful bond. So Dr. Hughes claims a trauma bond has a sense of hopelessness and makes a victim feel that they are unable to leave. The first person on the stand, though, was a continuation of yesterday. This is a Homeland Security investigative special agent, Gerard Gannon, testifying about a raid to Sean Diddy Combs' Star Island, Miami home back in 2024, testifying that he found drugs, he found a handgun, he found baby oil and other individual items there during that raid. So to talk more on this and the very latest, we're going to bring in Jeremy Rosenthal, criminal defense attorney. Jeremy, always nice to see you on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, Stephanie. How are you?
I'm doing well. So I want to get to this because yesterday, very explosive testimony with Cassie Ventura's mom. We then heard from one of the male escorts. Now we're getting into the more expert testimony, which can often be a little bit drier, but also really hammer the points home that the prosecution and the defense want to make. Let's start with the person on the stand right now, this clinical psychologist who is talking about trauma bonds, etc. What is the prosecution trying to point to when it comes to the charges against Sean Diddy Combs?
What they're trying to do with Dr. Hughes is they're trying to shore up a lot of loose ends, and they're trying to fortify Cassie Ventura's testimony through an expert witness. A lot of times when you're prosecuting, your case is only as strong as your weakest link, and your weakest link is going to be the human being, the vulnerable, fragile, oftentimes victimized human being who has to go on the witness stand and face cross-examination. They may not remember things. They may have motive or incentive to act a certain way. And what the prosecution will do is they'll call an expert often cases, and that person will fortify the testimony, explain, here's why this person might say this, here's why this person might say that. Dr. Hughes is what's called a blind expert, meaning she has intentionally not learned any of the facts of this case, which sort of also kind of walls her off from certain cross-examination things. But the weak points there are that she's going to be vulnerable to certain things that she has to assume by virtue of not really getting into the facts. But we do see this is a very common tactic prosecutors use to fortify what a victim is testifying about.
So yeah, it's interesting because you were mentioning something very important, considering that she is giving blind testimony, so she doesn't know the details of the facts. And I think a lot of people wonder, okay, so when does the prosecution reach out to an expert saying, "Hey, look, we want you on a certain case. Don't read or don't, figure out any of the specific details." How does that work?
Well, they don't, it's sort of understood. They don't tell the expert not to do anything. They just don't provide them any information for that. And then that way the expert can go up there and just sort of opine. And it's a very sort of wash, rinse, repeat process. You see it in a lot of child abuse cases. You see it in a lot of domestic violence cases. And what this expert will do is they will, in some instances in state court, they will go literally from courtroom to courtroom. And they may testify 2 to 3 times per week. And it's a vulnerability if the defense can get there. If the defense can ask questions like, okay, so why didn't you look into this case? Why didn't you try to study that? Why didn't you try to interview Miss Venturi? Why didn't you try to interview her mom? Why didn't you even look at the police report? So there are some built-in vulnerabilities there when you are going to go into a case and be somewhat blind. The rules assume when you call an expert witness that you're going to be talking about more highbrow psychological principles. Also, what that means is that the defense can say, okay, doctor, you're not going to look at the facts of this case. That's fine. Well, would you agree with this study that happened in 1993 where the opposite experts concluded something different? That's what this debate sort of turns into. But again, the prosecution is winning to some degree, at least on the issue of fortifying Miss Ventura's testimony and supplementing it, because their case is only as strong as the weakest link, and the weakest link is almost always going to be the human being that is the victim that they're calling to try to strengthen a lot of those inherent vulnerabilities that a victim or a complainant is going to have.
And we have a live stream going, Jeremy, and a lot of people, again, are very interested in understanding, that human aspect. Cassie chose, they say, to stay with Sean Diddy Combs, the psychologist, talking about the trauma bond that makes them feel like they have no other option. When it comes, though, and we were mentioning domestic violence, that is not a charge, that Sean Diddy Combs is facing. He's facing sex trafficking, a number of other ones. What does this particular expert testimony, what is that going to point towards for the prosecution to make their case? Because it's not about domestic violence. It's not about sexual assault. These are higher level, federal charges.
Ultimately, the prosecution is going to have to connect this to some broader things if they want to prove racketeering, if they want to prove some kind of conspiracy. And the micro moment of sort of what we're seeing is they're still not quite done with Miss Ventura. Obviously, they were concerned enough about Miss Ventura's testimony to try to call Dr. Hughes. If I'm the defense, I'm pointing out several things with this expert's testimony. What I'm saying is, listen, if we have a blind witness up here, she's sort of presuming guilt and not innocence. And you have to presume guilt because what she's testifying to is because Miss Ventura is a victim, therefore therefore she's a victim. So it is almost sort of circular logic. If you're the defense, you're really pointing to that saying, well, wait a minute here. You're saying she's the victim and that's your first point. Shouldn't that be what this all leads up to? Another sort of blind spot with these experts is that some of these thoughts and theories don't necessarily account for certain things such as drug abuse or mental health issues. And they also can sort of lack the understanding that sometimes, and as Diddy has done with his defense, these sort of things can be kind of mutual, right? That there can be this mutual disliking. But ultimately, to your point, Stephanie, I think you're correct. Ultimately, this has got to get somewhere bigger. It's got to get to some of these outward conspiracies and not be about Miss Ventura. Because if P. Diddy is guilty of domestic violence towards her, it doesn't prove these federal charges. Now, it gets the jury not to like him, and that's certainly part and parcel of an effective prosecution, whether we like that or not. But ultimately, you're correct, Stephanie. This has to get bigger, and we're going to have to see some witnesses that ultimately connect a few more dots than we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, as of now, and I'd love to get your opinion on this. We've been hearing from Cassie. I mean, just incredibly powerful, gripping, harrowing testimony. But again, what does that kind of point to? It certainly creates an emotion, I would imagine, in a juror and the jury. But, the prosecution, as you know, has to go well beyond that when proving their case. When you're taking a look at the testimony that we have heard thus far, where do you think the ball has fallen? Do you think that right now, the defense seems to have a stronger case, or the prosecution? Again, this is 8 weeks long. Anything could happen in those 8 weeks. But at this point in time, day 8 of testimony, what's your takeaway?
You're seeing everybody's strategy really start to take shape and develop. You're seeing the prosecution trying to lay the predicate that this man is an abuser, that these acts did occur, that there was sex abuse, that there was the transportation of people, that there was force, that there was intimidation. So you're starting to see sort of the groundwork formed there from the prosecution and the government's standpoint. You're also sort of seeing from Diddy's standpoint, sort of the divide and conquer defense of, well, okay, maybe we're a bad guy. Maybe we did commit some of these things, but you've got to make this bigger. You've got to connect this at a larger level. Also, part of that is to sort of what you call in criminal court, kissing the ugly baby or throwing the skunk on the table. That would be for Diddy and his team to kind of marry up to some of the bad facts. Okay, fine, maybe he is abusive. Okay, fine, maybe he wasn't very pleasant. Okay, fine, we're guilty of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but we're not guilty of some of these more fabulous things that you're sort of alleging. So you are sort of seeing a lot of those, both of those theories really starting to congeal and to take shape. And I think you're just going to see more of that as this case goes on.
I just want to touch upon before we let you go, because I know that you have a very busy schedule. Everyone really kind of, I would imagine hoping to hear from Kid Cudi on the stand today. We were hearing from prosecutors that he's not going to appear any earlier than tomorrow. But obviously, he has a very key part in this. He had a relationship with Cassie. Prosecution is saying that, Combs was so upset by this relationship that he, said that he was going to firebomb Kid Cudi's vehicle. We hear that that's going to point to arson, but how key is that testimony going to be?
It's going to be key if it starts to sort of spider out into some of these broader conspiracy type things. And remember, when you're charging somebody with racketeering, they've got to agree to a criminal enterprise that is bigger than just themselves. That enterprise doesn't have to be P. Diddy's organization. It doesn't have to be necessarily a formal company or something like that. It can just be a handful of people who are engaging in moving people from one place to another, who are engaging in this type of intimidation. So when I'm watching that testimony, that's going to be what I'm looking for. Is this starting to spider out beyond not just Cassie Ventura, not just beyond her, but beyond some of the other people that are helping Diddy? Because it's not going to be the people that are victimized here that create this racketeering and create this conspiracy. It's going to be the people that are helping Diddy. That's what the conspiracy is. That's what the racketeering is. That's what makes these cases federal.
Yeah, and you kind of answer another question that a lot of people are wondering, Jeremy. This RICO, right? This is what we're continuing to hear about, the racketeering, and it has to do with an organization. It can't just be one individual. However, Diddy, I believe, was the only person named in this. So when you're talking about broadening it out, how does that work if he's the only one right now charged with that particular count?
The other co-conspirators don't have to be. They don't have to be indicted. They don't even have to be a co-conspirator, so to speak. They don't even have to be legally identified. It just has to be shown that you were a part of a broader group of people that were engaging in this organization or organized line of thinking, if you will. So those people could be government witnesses, or they could just be shown that, look, there was somebody else that was out there that was with you. If you're prosecuting somebody for robbing a bank and there's 3 or 4 people with you that are on video, we don't know who they are. We know that that can be a conspiracy, right? We can see that, and the jury can infer that. So it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody indicted, but they do have to point at some point to other people who are out there who are assisting. And now they're almost certainly going to say Diddy was the ringleader of that, right? That Diddy was the person that was sort of intimidating those people too. But it's got to be just more than him.
So interesting. And thank you for kind of laying that out, because I think, most of us are not legal experts, unlike yourself. And sometimes this is high level and we don't really understand exactly, what the thought process or what the procedure is. So, so many twists and turns. And obviously, we're just at the very beginning of this. But is there anything in particular, Jeremy, that has really stood out or stuck with you as we continue to hear from these witnesses and continue to, see the sketches and, all of the twists and turns?
So far, the government has made a really, really concerted effort to show how abusive and unlikable P. Diddy is. That's a chunk of what they've got to do in this case. That's a chunk of what they have to prove, but it's not everything. So that part of it, I don't know that I would call that surprising, but they have certainly made a concerted effort. And I wouldn't necessarily expect to see somebody like Dr. Hughes come and testify, a blind witness, to try to really come and drive these things home. It's sort of killing a fly with an atom bomb, if you will. But that's what the government does, and this is a high-profile case for them. They certainly don't want to blow it, and they certainly don't want to lose it. But anytime you're going to throw a blind witness on the stand again, you're going to be vulnerable in certain ways. Just a lot of the things that we've already covered. But just to, if there's anything out here that is really just sort of sticking out so far, it's that they are really, really, really hammering on P. Diddy, the individual. And I think that's going to be a broader part of what they ultimately do when they sort of say, and here's all the tentacles that Diddy has. And this is why it's racketeering. This is why it's trafficking. It's why it's all these greater things.
Yeah, maybe the alleged mastermind of sorts. Jeremy, as always, we appreciate you taking the time to join us on Live Now from Fox. My gosh, day 8, but we're potentially a week 8, into it. So no doubt we're going to speak with you again.
Thank you, Stephanie.
We're taking another live look right here at the skyline. And, we did want to also share this live update from Fox 5 New York right here. This is a social media post saying Kid Cudi is expected to testify at the trial, taking the witness stand to tell the jury about his brief relationship 14 years ago with Combs's ex-girlfriend Cassie. So that really is the testimony that we are really interested in hearing about. And we are going to be putting up a side panel of sorts just to give you the very latest and greatest. But as we continue to follow this, I did want to just give you a brief recap if you're just joining us at this hour, because testimony did resume around 9 a.m. This was a continuation of a witness that was on the stand yesterday. This is a witness of HSI Special Agent Gerard Gannon. And so he resumed his testimony this morning, talking about helping plan the raid on Sean Diddy Combs' home in 2024. And then also talking about, this was yesterday, testifying about the items they seized. So the jury did find a number of items, and we're just going to bring up that side panel for you as we continue our live coverage right here, if you just bear with me. But I did want to share that very latest as we continue our live coverage right here. So we are going to bring that up for you as we continue that live coverage. What we're going to do, though, is we are going to give you the very latest. And as we work on this, we're just going to pause for a moment on this live look right here. We're going to be pulling up some of the very latest information in just a moment. All right, so we did want to share that very latest with you, and here it is right here. Dr. Dawn Hughes right now testifying for the traumatic events and the resulting stress in that, and we are going to work to get a live bug up here if I can, and bear with me. We're going to get someone to help me with that in just a moment. But right now, still on the stand is Dr. Dawn Hughes, who is a clinical psychologist testifying about traumatic events and the resulting stress. But as I was mentioning before, the very first person back on the stand this morning was HSI Special Agent Gerard Gannon. So the jury was shown some photos and items that agents seized, including platform heels found inside Diddy's home. They also found 12 other pairs of platform heels. The prosecution showed the jury various pairs of other shoes and boots, and inside one of those boots, Gannon claims that they found 3 cell phones. They also found a black Gucci bag on top of the dresser, and inside that bag, Gannon claims they found an assortment of pills, presumably narcotics as well as powder. Those pills were a number of colors: blue, pink, white, yellow, and also a bag of pink pills, a bag of white powder, and a container with white substance inside. There was also a $100 bill found inside the bag that tested positive for cocaine and ketamine. So he was just relaying what else he found, including multiple bottles of baby oil. And in fact, the jury saw that evidence, that they saw the bags of the bottles. Those were inside the courtroom. And Gannon also testifying that they found a box with the inscription "Puffy" in the master bathroom. Inside was a bag with a clear pill and crystal rock-like substance. So just sharing that with you. They also found a handgun as well inside that home. But that was the first person who took to the stand today. So we're continuing to find the very latest on this, but still at this point in time, Dr. Dawn Hughes continuing to be on the stand right here. And in just a moment, we're going to continue our coverage with criminal defense attorney Michael Gottlieb, who's going to talk more about this case, about the evidence that is currently being presented to the jury, and where this all leads, because obviously there has to be an end result. There has to be a purpose as to why the prosecutors are calling these specific individuals to the stand, and also showing these photos of evidence right here. So we are going to be speaking with him in just one moment, but on the left-hand side of your screen is just the very latest for you on that. And we do see that Michael Gottlieb is joining us right here. We're going to just step away quickly. I do want to do a microphone check with him, and then we'll just bring him on live to kind of disseminate a little bit more of what is happening right now.
I'm good. How are you? Of course. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
On the left-hand side of your screen, the latest information on this case is Dr. Dawn Hughes continues to testify. At the moment, she is a clinical psychologist talking about trauma bonds, talking about the dynamic between a victim and an abuser, and what that all entails. Also, you may have heard that rapper Kid Cudi is expected to testify. Now, there was a question as to whether he could testify today. However, prosecutors have indicated that he will be testifying no earlier than tomorrow. about his relationship with Cassie, prosecutors want to question him because they contend Combs was so upset by this relationship, he arranged to have Kid Cudi's convertible firebombed. And so to talk more about the people on the stand and, where all of this goes, I do want to bring in criminal defense attorney Michael Gottlieb. Michael, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
So, I want to start with the very first witness who was called to the stand today. This was someone who started testifying yesterday. This is one of the HSI special agents that, kind of spearheaded the raid of Sean Diddy Combs' Star Island mansion back in 2024. He was detailing, items that he found, handguns, AK-50, just rifles as well, with some of the file numbers filed off, shoes, drugs. What is, I guess the question I have is, what's the point? Where is this leading? What is the significance of what they found inside the house? Because you have to wonder, why are they bringing up like 10 pairs of platform shoes? What's the point?
Well, so I think it's a great question, but because I think what it does is it all dovetails into the allegations, which are RICO and the sex trafficking, as well as we're talking, a criminal case, bringing a criminal case, it's inference upon inference. And what it does is the government is building on those. And with the testimony of the psychologists today, you're going to want to show that, when somebody's in love with somebody, they tend to do something. When somebody's afraid of somebody, they intend to do what that person wants even more. So we're talking about these freakouts. So we know we have a love affair going on that went on for, close to 20 years. We know that we've had these freakouts. We've heard about pools filled with oil, so on and so forth. And now we heard that people had to wear costumes. So we're seeing some of the costuming and we're seeing the guns. So I think all of this goes to prove every count that there is, including the RICO count, including that other people had to help Diddy pull this off. So I think it's very poignant evidence in this case.
So, and you were talking about that, Sean Diddy Combs couldn't have done this all himself, that he had to have, additional help, additional agents, if you will, for him to carry that out, kind of pointing to the organization, that you have to have for that racketeering charge. When it comes to laying out the evidence, is it more effective? And I'm just kind of curious about the strategy, because sometimes it might take a while for the jury to kind of string these pieces of evidence together, and they may be wondering, why this, and then the next day, why that, but then it all adds up. Is that a more effective strategy, just providing a little bit of evidence each and every day versus kind of these like shocking moments? Is that a strategy that they're looking at?
Yeah, I think obviously you want to keep the jury informed. When I try a case, you want to keep them informed. You want to keep them entertained. But let's understand, this is a federal criminal trial. The judge has reined them in a little bit in terms of, when the evidence will be presented, how long a cross-examination will be. But it's like a puzzle or building a building. Okay, you're going to do it one level at a time, one layer at a time. So it's really important to do inference upon inference. The government has a 96% conviction rate. They're very likely to get a conviction in this case, and they're going to continue entertaining the jury. That, it's very sexually prurient allegations. The jury wants to hear this kind of stuff. And not every day in trial can be that exciting. So it's just a matter of building piece by piece by piece by piece until you get a complete picture of all the criminal wrongdoing that's going on here.
All right, and we did want to just let our viewers know, we just got this in. The court it has now recessed for lunch, so the cross-examination of the psychologist Dawn Hughes is going to resume after that lunch break. We were talking about kind of, the reason why Dr. Hughes is on the stand. And what was interesting to note, and we talked a little bit about this, is this is kind of like blind testimony in that, she doesn't know the nuances, and that's part of a strategy for the prosecution When it comes to the cross-examining of this type of witness, though, what kind of line of questioning do you think that the defense will take with her to try and poke holes in what she's talked about in terms of, the dynamic between a victim and an abuser, the sense of hopelessness, the sense that they really can't break the cycle, that they're beholden to that person that they love?
Right. So the weakness in any testimony, such as a witness, as this doctor, is that the doctor hasn't performed an examination on any of the people who have testified. So the doctor, as you said, is sort of testifying in the blind or in a vacuum, and doesn't know that the people who have testified, whether or not they suffer from any disorder the doctor may be discussing. So that's your cross-examination, is you didn't evaluate them. You can't say that this relates to the alleged victims in this case. You can't say it relates to the alleged witnesses in this case. You can't tell us what kind of pressure they were under, whether it was monetary, whether it was psychological, whether it was physical pressure. You're talking about studies of individuals, yet you haven't studied any of these individuals to know that what you're saying is about them. That's what you should expect on cross-examination.
So I know this is this is strategic on the part of the prosecution, but what is the advantage to bringing someone on as an expert who has not really met the some of these key witnesses and gotten to know them? What's the advantage to that?
Well, I think it's a necessary move that the prosecution has to do in this case, because when you have a relationship that exists from, I think it's 20 years before, but it might have only been 6. But when you have a relationship that exists for a long period of time and you're having people perform acts that seem consensual, you want to be able to show, why would that act have been considered? Why would somebody do that? And so the doctor's talking in generalities, and then you can sort of fit that generality into the testimony that you heard. Like, yeah, now I get why she would engage in those freakouts. Now I understand why she wouldn't tell her family about it. Now I understand, all of those facts and circumstances that are the inferences building upon one another, leading to a conviction in this case. I buy it, I get it, I understand it. And the doctor, it's kind of like a paint by colors picture. The doctor's filling in the color that the other participants in the trial laid out there.
Michael, we know that we are expecting to hear from Kid Cudi, but we don't have all of the witnesses. We don't have a comprehensive list. It's not like, this was published and we're anticipating, X, Y, and Z. But from your expert perspective, is there a particular witness that you are very much interested in hearing from, whether that be from the FBI or someone who raided or someone in connection with the bad boy empire? When it comes to, focusing on this case, who are you most interested in hearing from?
Well, I think in order for the government to really hammer home their case, it's going to have to be somebody from within the structure, within the empire, who says, yes, this did happen. These people were reluctant. These people were told, come in here, engage in these bizarre sexual acts. Don't look at Diddy. Yes, we had to fill a plastic pool with oil. Yes, we had to do all these things. We had to carry suitcases filled with toys from New York to the Bahamas to Miami to wherever they were going. I think when you do that, it's much easier to see the first count, which is a RICO count. It's easier to see the corrupt organization, because that's probably the hardest count to really wrap your head around. The others you can get from the victimization testimony. But I would want somebody from within the organization to sort of tie it all together for me.
Michael, is there anything else that, you're really interested in, hearing or kind of just observing? We saw it last week, Sean Diddy Combs' family, showing up in full force. We saw his mother, we saw his children, we saw, other individuals. Now, not so much. And obviously there is a reason for that. Sean Diddy Combs doing the heart, and all the viewers could see that. As you mentioned, a lot of this is performance based. I mean, this is played out in front of the jury to, try and get a win from either side. When it comes to these sorts of tactics and strategies, what have you found to be the most effective? And also on that note, I'm sure that sometimes these strategies backfire. Well,
I think with any defendant, it's really important to have family in the courtroom. Especially somebody like Diddy, we don't necessarily see them entertainers, stars, as human beings, because we put them on a different pedestal. I think it's important to have your family there every single day, because if you see that there's somebody in the courtroom who loves the defendant, and that's what he is, the defendant, and they love him, then he's a human being. He's not just a number. He's not just a case. He's not just an entertainer. He's a tangible, lovable human being who is subject to the frailties that we all are, which is we make mistakes. And maybe he was in a loving relationship and made a mistake and isn't the monster that the government's trying to portray. So I would have my family there every single day, en masse, so that the jury sees them. It's also a harder decision to look people in the eye and say your loved one is guilty. So I do think it's very performative, and I would have them there every day if I could.
On that point, though, Michael, a lot of the family members inside that courtroom were his children. And I can't imagine that it's easy to hear these allegations against your father. Could that backfire when the jury sees that his children are listening to this, that they're seeing some of these videos and some of these photos? Could that backfire?
So the answer to that's yes. I mean, unfortunately, everything we do in court is a double-edged sword. Every piece of evidence can be cross-examined. Every testimony can be cross-examined. At the same point in time, your children kind of love you unconditionally, but it may also temper somebody's testimony. Maybe somebody's not going to say as harshly what they would have said about Diddy with his children in the courtroom. I think it has an impact on the jurors, on the people testifying, potentially on the judge. It's beneficial, but it can also be harmful. And yes, of course, it can backfire.
All right, Michael, it's just so interesting. And I do want to just get your hot take, not to put you in the seat right here. We're only in day 8 of testimony, but from what you have seen and heard so far, do you think that he is going to be found guilty on at least one of these counts? Or do you think, from what you're hearing so far, that he might walk free?
So I think that he's not a very likable person to begin with in terms of his name, his reputation. Obviously, there are a bunch of jurors who don't necessarily know him or know him that well. I think that having tried federal cases, having won federal cases, having lost federal cases, I know that they have a 95+ rate of obtaining a conviction. So my money is on the federal government to get a conviction on at least. I don't know about the RICO count, because again, that's a little bit harder, but on the other counts where there has been phenomenal testimony about what people were made to do, I would absolutely think he's going to get convicted on at least 1 or 2 of them.
Wow, so 95%. I mean, I have to imagine, Michael, that the federal government is not going to take up a case that they don't feel like they can win. It doesn't look good on their end. But that is stunning. I mean, we're going to just have to see how it plays out. But that statistic is certainly eye-opening when it comes to, looking ahead. We appreciate you taking the time joining us here. I mean, this is just absolutely fascinating. And no doubt we're going to have you on again to talk more about it.
Would love it. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I did want to just share this live look once again with our viewers right here as we continue to follow the very latest information. And we also invite you to take part in our live stream right here. In fact, I'm just going to go take a quick look at it because, we have asked you if you have any questions, don't hesitate. I mean, this is what we're here for. If you have questions about, the nuances about the eyewitness testimony, legal questions, definitely, put that in the chat. We're going to try and get to them as we can. I mean, so many of you are chiming in, and believe me, we appreciate that. So if I miss something, not intentional, I'm trying to scroll through this, as I am talking. So you know what? I do see Racing Kiddo 2. You said, when will the defense have direct examination? We're going to be speaking throughout the day with more attorneys. So don't you worry. I'm going to copy and paste this, Racing Kiddo 2. I'm putting this on my list of questions that we're going to get to. So thank you for, participating right here. We're going to continue to take a look at some of the other questions, but seriously, just Slack us, chat with us, do @live now from Fox on that screen. And, we have that. What kind of questions do you have? And we're going to get to all of those, as soon as we can. And talking about that, coming up in just about 20 minutes, we are going to actually have an inside look, so to speak, of what is going on inside the courtroom. We're going to be speaking with Associated Press reporter Larry Neumeister. He has been inside the courtroom this entire time. And he has the eyes and the ears, so he can really not just shed light on the testimony, but also the demeanor of Sean Diddy Combs. Who of his family is there to support? We were hearing from Michael Gottlieb saying it's so important to really show that aspect, especially because of the seriousness of these charges. So we're going to be speaking with Larry at 1 o'clock. So again, in just about 20 minutes. And then also we're going to be speaking with him again once court concludes. So much is happening right now, and I did want to get to that. So I did want to let you know court has recessed for lunch. And we're just going to update that side panel right here just to share that with you as I do that in real time. Is testifying, and we're going to just share that, is going to be back on the stand. Okay, bear with me. I'm doing this in real time, so I appreciate it, but I wanted to get the latest information for you. So she is going to be back on the stand. To talk about traumatic events and the resulting stress. So just taking a look right there. Yep, we're going to update that in real time. You're seeing that change right there. So we appreciate you sticking with us as court is now in recess. But to recap the very latest information right there, as the clinical psychologist taking the stand, she'll be back on the stand in just a little bit. But she continues to testify on behalf of the government in this federal trial, telling the court that she uses multiple sources to confirm her information. She did admit on the stand that she approaches her forensic work for courts, quote, with healthy skepticism, stating and testifying that in cases she reviews police reports, medical records, and educational background to perform a comprehensive evaluation. Now, Jonathan Bach, who is an attorney on Diddy's team, asked Hughes about the concept of malingering, which he claimed was a fancy way of fabricating the facts. So, I'm reading this as we speak. This is just coming in just a few moments ago. So it does appear perhaps that she might be back on the stand. So I'm just working to confirm that with you right here, but that was an update 3 minutes ago. So she might be back from lunch. Now, it's interesting to note because Fox 5 New York, Lisa Evers, a reporter who has been inside the courtroom, shared with us yesterday that the jury actually gets their lunch inside the courtroom. So they are brought lunch because there is so much testimony, as you can imagine, to get through. So they obviously want to make this as efficient as possible. So they don't actually leave the building. They get their lunch brought to them. And so perhaps the court has resumed right now as we're taking a look. Just 4 minutes ago, it does appear that she is being cross-examined by one of the attorneys on Diddy's team right here. So Jonathan Bach, who's an attorney on Diddy's legal team, asked her about the concept of malingering, which he says is a fancy way of fabricating the facts. Hughes says his terminology was not correct, and it's fabricating an emotional response. She had previously explained that she does not have personal knowledge of this case. She hasn't reviewed evidence or assessed anyone involved. So what that means today, it's blind testimony. And we were hearing from Michael Gottlieb, we were hearing from Jeremy Rosenthal, talking about the strategy on this, because, for someone who has not personally met some of those key witnesses right there, we did want to, have that. Also, another person asked, is the family going to be at trial? That's something that Michael Gottlieb mentioned is so important to have. But we are going to ask Larry, once he hops on with us in just about 15 minutes, who has been in the court. So we've seen Sean Diddy Combs' mother. We've seen his children. And, I can't imagine the emotional response that you're hearing, just horrible allegations against your father, someone that I imagine you would look up to and you would admire and maybe even try and emulate. So his young daughters are there. His sons are there. We know that the mother of one of his sons was attending, although she was there to support her son and not Sean Diddy Combs. But at least from what we were talking about with Larry yesterday, is that really there weren't that many family members yesterday, and it kind of trickled out, kind of petered out, because they were there for the Cassie testimony, but this week it seems like they're no longer there. I have to imagine, especially because this is lasting almost up to 8 weeks. That's a lot of time commitment when you're talking about people being in there day in and day out. But we did want to ask, him a little bit more about that. So Larry is going to be joining us in just 10 minutes or so. He's in the courtroom, so we appreciate him stepping out to share the very latest reporting. This is a federal court, meaning no cameras are allowed inside, no laptops are allowed inside. This is reporting the old-fashioned way, and so it's just really interesting to see, and hear from people who are actually inside the court. We see these sketches, but they don't really tell us the entire story, just a snapshot, if you will. So just absolutely fascinating. From this, we've also been seeing some video as well, and photos from the evidence right here. But, I did want to share at least a couple of sketches that we have from, the previous testimony. And take a look at this. This is from the sketch artist Jane Rosenberg right here. You can see Sean Diddy Combs on the lower left-hand side of your screen. I think what has jumped out to so many people is the difference in hair color, and now it's white. His goatee is white. This is video of Cassie Ventura's mother taking the stand right there. That is the male escort known as the Punisher, who spoke at length yesterday about the freak-offs that he says that he was involved with Cassie and with Sean Diddy Combs. Part of that testimony that we heard from the male escort yesterday was at no point did he feel that it was not consensual. He said he did at no point feel there was any discomfort from Cassie. Otherwise, he said that he would have immediately stopped doing what he did. And so there was really explosive testimony yesterday. Today, we are hearing, at least at this point, from experts. We're hearing from the special agent who raided the house. We're hearing from a clinical psychologist yesterday, more of that personal, powerful testimony. Also, there's a sketch of Sean Diddy Combs kind of hunched over, clutching himself. And that was because the temperature, that you see it right there, apparently the temperatures were so cold inside that courtroom that he was just trying to get warm. And that is a photo of his sketch, I should say, of his former personal assistant, who also testified yesterday as well. So we're really just in the very beginning hours of this, but I did want to share that with you. This is some video of Cassie Ventura's parents leaving the court right there, arm in arm. And we were hearing from Cassie's mom yesterday on the stand. She only testified for about 15 minutes and was not cross-examined. But she testified that Cassie reached out to her, worried that Sean Diddy Combs was going to release 2 sex tapes, and demanded $20,000 really in restitution. This was when they were on break, and Sean Diddy Combs, she testified, was very upset that she was dating Kid Cudi, and that's why he wanted that money. He wanted to recoup the costs of what he had spent on her. Cassie's mom says that she then wired the money to Bad Boy Enterprises, but then about 4 to 5 days later, that money was returned. She also said she has no record of that transaction. So this is video of the male escort known as the Punisher walking out after court. He testified for quite a length of time, more than 1 hour, detailing in length the freak-off situations that he engaged in, stating that this lasted for months until he was no longer asked to join Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs. He said in the very beginning, Sean Diddy Combs, he didn't know who they were, and Sean Diddy Combs, covered his face initially during these freak-offs, and then finally felt comfortable enough to wear a baseball cap. But perhaps some of that crucial testimony is that he did say that at no point did he feel that there was, any sort of discomfort on Cassie's part right here. Experts, though, say that the testimony from Cassie Ventura's mother, Regina Ventura, could be very damaging because it talks about money being exchanged and Diddy allegedly threatening to release sex tapes unless he received that $20,000. So that is according to her. You can see her walking down the street right there, arm in arm with her husband. So right now on the stand is Dr. Dawn Hughes, who is a clinical psychologist. I'm just going to refresh all the latest information right here because I want to give that to you. We do get minute by minute updates right here, so bear with me. Okay, so it does say that Sean Diddy Combs' defense attorney has spoken. It says that he spoke outside of court. Now, unfortunately, we've been combing our live looks right here. We don't have a live look outside of court, so it's unclear as to when he may have made those comments, if they were even captured on camera right here. And we're taking a look. We don't have a live look. Otherwise, of course, we would bring you one. And as soon as we get one back, of course, we're going to show that to you. But this is what he spoke with. He actually spoke with Fox News's C.B. Cotton earlier this morning outside court, saying, quote, "It's a long trial and we're just getting started. And we have a lot of witnesses to go. We have a lot of weeks to go. And as the summer gets hotter, I'm sure so will the trial." So we are expecting up to 8 weeks of testimony. We are in day 8, so we have just barely begun. We are going to be covering all of it right here on our streaming YouTube page every day that there is testimony. So we invite you to stay with us as we continue our coverage right here. I am going to just leave you for a moment with the very latest information. I'm going to be updating it as the minutes go on with the very latest information as you are taking a live look right here at the skyline of downtown New York City. That testimony with Dr. Dawn Hughes continuing at this hour. So we are expecting to be joined by Larry Neumeister, a reporter for the Associated Press, any moment now. He is stepping out of court actually as we speak, and he'll be joining us from just outside the federal courthouse on his cell phone to give us the very latest information. It's just fascinating because yesterday, he was really giving us the insight in terms of Sean Diddy Combs and how he was presenting himself. the testimony, the demeanor of everyone there. So we're definitely going to be asking him kind of from that perspective of a journalist, as we do await for him to join, continuing to share with you the testimony from clinical psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes. She has been speaking extensively, testifying about trauma, and part of her testimony included how trauma affects memory. So she has explained to the jury that trauma memories can be forgotten and then recalled at a later time. She says this doesn't just occur with domestic violence situations, but also sexual abuse and combat. And she testifies in these traumatic situations, memories can be fragmented. She did say that fragmented memories can be just as reliable, but because they've been fragmented, they may not just be as complete. So coping mechanisms, she says, can also affect memory, explaining that sometimes victims deliberately try to forget, and that impacts the recall. So she has testified that victims will try not to remember because it's just too painful to do so. She also testified that sometimes these events can start to blend together for abuse victims, especially if it's a repeated cycle of violence. She testified that those events can blend together, and the victim can know that they were, for example, punched a number of times, but they can't always share or remember the specific timeline of those situations of abuse, testifying that connecting the memory to something else makes it more likely to be recalled. She also testified that substance abuse can also function as a coping mechanism with abusive relationships. She said that trauma survivors do drugs for very traumatic specific functions. She says it can also be used as a preventative measure, and that they can also be used to not feel or remember. And you may remember that Cassie did testify that a lot of times during these freak-offs, she would use drugs to try and disassociate. She testified that ketamine was one of the most effective drugs for her to disassociate while she was engaged in some of those freak-offs right here. All right, so we are noticing Larry Neumeister with the Associated Press has now stepped outside. What we're going to do is we just want to make sure that everything is working right here on his end, and it looks like we might be having some issues connecting. So what we're going to do is we're going to just hang on this live look right here. You can see that it's raining, so we want to get Larry so he can get back inside. We'll be with him in just a moment.
Yes, I can. Thanks. Okay, that's fine.
All right, so we do want to head straight to Larry Neumeister, a reporter with the Associated Press right there. Larry, thank you for joining us as we take a live look at the skyline of New York City. It is a dreary and pretty much awful day right there with the rain. So thank you for braving the elements for us, stepping outside. Give us the layout of the land as we're currently hearing from the clinical psychologist. Before we get to the testimony, share with us the demeanor, the mood of Sean Diddy Combs. And did any of his family members show up? That's a question that we've been getting from our viewers.
Not many today. No, it's a pretty empty row of people that normally are from his family. Although as one court officer told me at one point, he's like, a lot of people are saying they're with his family. But it turns out that it's a quieter day in the courtroom to begin with. So it would explain why there'd be fewer people attending overall. But you know, there's still plenty of attention being paid. And certainly when the psychologist spoke, I saw jurors taking a lot of notes. And this is a psychologist who wasn't privy to any of the facts of the case. She hasn't spoken to Combs or Cassie or any of the witnesses, and admitted that she knew very little about the case. She's just talking about general psychology type things.
So, you know, given that you were noticing that the jury was taking a lot of notes, do you feel like they were really connecting with what she was talking about in terms of trauma bonding, in terms of the control and the power and kind of the dynamic, if you will, between, you know, maybe an abuser and a victim?
Well, as I looked at the jurors, there's a lot of middle-aged and some older people on the jury. And I was thinking to myself, probably a lot of them have suffered their own traumas and were kind of fascinated by hearing from a professional, you know, as well as how it relates to all the evidence they've heard of so much trauma from Cassie and the, you know, the other witnesses describing what they had witnessed, the violence they had witnessed. I'm sure jurors kind of appreciated hearing a professional give their depiction of it. Of course, this was a professional who's hired by the prosecutors for $6,000 today. So, you know, it's someone who's there to sort of support the prosecution's case.
Right, you got to take it maybe with a little bit of grain of salt, since she is getting a paycheck from the prosecution. What I think is interesting, and you mentioned this, is that this is blind testimony. She never personally spoke with Cassie. And you talked about generalities and how a lot of people probably have gone through their own sorts of trauma, able to, you know, use what she has said in her expert testimony and apply it to their own lives. And sometimes that can be very powerful when it creates that level of understanding and insight, saying, you know what, I too, you know, can understand where all of this is coming from. You know, we first we're hearing from this special agent, you know, sharing all of these pictures about what they saw. You know, what was the reaction from the jury then? I know this was kind of they were finishing up the testimony. Did they seem bored? Did they seem interested?
Well, that's an interesting thing about this jury, is that they have paid close attention to everything throughout. They've been very attentive, taking lots of notes with the psychologist, but with everyone else too. And when the agent was testifying about the raid on Combs' Star Island residence in Florida, they were paying close attention. They were looking right at him, and he showed them pieces of evidence. He showed them a gun. He showed them bullets. He showed them various things that had been found in Combs' home. And, you know, they paid a lot of attention. And there was a moment, it actually occurred yesterday in the afternoon, and I haven't spoken to you since, but there was a moment where Combs actually kind of put his hands up to his covering his eyes at a moment, and seemed slightly distressed when they were showing things like the way they used a armored vehicle to ram through the gate to even enter his residence. And so that was kind of fascinating, because he has shown almost no emotion. If I did an imitation of Combs in court, it would be like this. It would be, that's pretty much it.
I mean, that's fascinating.
Talks a little to his lawyers. He's looking around, but he's not muttering things. He's not showing any anger. He's not showing really much emotion at all. You see him writing notes to his lawyers. He'll occasionally speak to his lawyers. During a break, he may turn around and, you know, make a gesture toward family or something. But overall, he's been a pretty docile witness. Not witness, I'm sorry, defendant. And, you know, one thing about the psychologist this morning that kind of fascinated me was she made the point that most people have trouble getting out of any relationships. And even when everything's going great in a relationship, a lot of people have trouble breaking up, and they may stay in a relationship for 6 years where they seem to get along well enough, but have a lot of problems, and there's no violence and no trauma. And she was saying when people have so much trouble getting out of a relationship when everything goes well, you can imagine how difficult it is when there are other factors like trauma and violence they've been subjected to and things like that.
That is just incredible insight, what we're hearing from her. And it's definitely a different angle, right? We're hearing from, maybe these special agents about what they saw. This is definitely a different perspective for the juror right there. Larry, there was a lot of talk about perhaps Kid Cudi was going to testify today. We know that that's not going to be the case. We'll just have to wait, perhaps another day for that to happen. Anyone else that you know of who is going to take the witness stand after Dr. Hughes?
Actually, right before the break, they just took a very half-hour lunch break. Right before that happened, they brought in a witness. He's going to be the next witness, I believe, George Kaplan. He's a former, someone who worked for Combs. And he came in and they asked him, they said, are you planning to take the fifth? And the right to not to answer questions. It's everyone's right not to incriminate themselves. And he said yes. And at that point, the judge approved immunity for him so that he can testify about any crimes that he was involved in without facing prosecution of himself. So he will be testifying. We don't know exactly what he might be testifying about, what crimes he could have been involved in. But even in this search of Combs' residence, the agent testified this morning, cocaine was found there, lots of drugs. Certainly any of the employees who were involved in any way with the drugs and such might want immunity if they're going to testify. So, but I don't know anything about exactly what he's going to say he did wrong and the reason that he originally wanted to plead the fifth.
I mean, that's going to be fascinating as well, because I have to imagine that this might point to racketeering and in terms of, how other individuals are involved. So George Kaplan, who used to work for Sean Diddy Combs, is set to testify. You were mentioning he was granted immunity just now because he said he was going to plead the fifth. So definitely fascinating. Also, just to give our viewers a timeline, I mean, I know that, court wrapped up at around 4 p.m. yesterday Eastern time. Do you anticipate kind of that same timeline today, or do you think it could run longer, maybe shorter?
Well, yes, the judge has said he plans to stop. The first week he went until 5 every day, and he told them ahead of time, we're going 9:30 to 5. But he said the rest of the trial, we are going to be finishing each day at 3 o'clock. We're going to start at 9 in the morning, and he gives them a shorter little lunch break, and there are fewer breaks, but he goes straight forward to 3. And he said that if it turns out they're getting behind on witnesses, he may start stretching it to 3:30 or 4. But then one of the defense lawyers said, well, if you plan to do that, please let us know in advance. Don't spring it on us that day. So it looks like court will be ending at 3 o'clock each day.
Okay. I don't want to keep you too long, Larry, but I do want to let our viewers know that you will be joining us after court wraps up today to give us another recap and a look ahead towards tomorrow. Thank you so much. I know it is rainy. It is not the best of weather, so we appreciate you braving the elements, and we will absolutely talk to you in just a few hours once court wraps up.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And this is a live look right here. And you can see the elements that Larry has been braving right here. You actually saw right behind him a lot of folks with umbrellas trying to stay dry right here as we continue to share the very latest on the left-hand side of your screen. You were just hearing from Larry about the next person that we are expecting to hear testimony from, one of the former employees of Sean Diddy Combs. That is going to be fascinating because Larry was just sharing that the individual had told the judge he was going to take the fifth, meaning he wasn't going to say anything in fear of incriminating himself. And that is when the judge granted him immunity so that he can testify about all of the perhaps criminal activities that he says that he is involved with without fear of any sort of repercussion. So absolutely fascinating on that. We really enjoyed speaking with Larry. We're going to be speaking with him again once court wraps up. He mentioned that it could be anywhere between 3 and 4 p.m. Eastern time. So a little bit over, 2 to 3 hours from now, hearing more about his insight. What I felt was so interesting, though, is, we were hearing from him about Sean Diddy Combs' demeanor, and he was, sharing with us, his take on all of that. And what is so fascinating is, he was talking about the fact that Sean Diddy Combs really hasn't had much of a reaction about anything. In fact, he said, if I had to do a reenactment, it would be more, of a stoic, maybe side to side thing. But he was saying that when the special agent took the stand and they were showing video and describing one of those armored vehicles ramming into his mansion on Star Island in Florida, there was a visible reaction. In fact, he said that Sean Diddy Combs kind of was watching through fingers on his face. Obviously that was a powerful moment that he felt like he needed to react to, but definitely interesting to hear the insight. We have these live looks right here of the New York City skyline as we're sharing that with you. This morning, we were sharing that live look outside the courthouse as we saw a couple of people file in. Larry was sharing that really not many family members are attending this week, unlike last week. Who knows if, weather could have played a factor in that. But we're going to be checking in with him in just a little bit as soon as we get another live look. And we do anticipate getting another live look from outside the courthouse, once, we're getting closer to that period of them wrapping up, because we want to see if there's anyone, leaving the courthouse, if there's any reaction. In fact, our camera that we had yesterday, we shared with you right here on air, we saw the male escort known as the Punisher leaving and getting into a car with tinted windows. And, I was talking on air at the time. I said, well, obviously this has someone to do with the, with the case, is all of the photographers were filming this. And then, yes, it turned out to be the Punisher right there. So you never know who's leaving court. You never know if they're going to say anything. And we'll definitely be getting that to you as soon as we get that other live look. I'm refreshing all of the information right here. And I'm taking a look at it right now. The very latest information, and Larry was the one who brought this to us, is that Sean Diddy Combs' former employee, George Kaplan, invoked his Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate himself. So he took the stand right before the lunch break, explaining that he was there because of a subpoena. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been there. And he said yes when asked if he planned to invoke his Fifth Amendment right. The prosecution telling Kaplan that if he is granted immunity, he will be forced to answer questions. And he says that he understood that. So the immunity order was then presented to Kaplan's attorney for review. The judge signed the immunity and it was entered into the record. So we are expecting his former employee to testify. It's going to be very interesting to see, because obviously he said that he didn't want to talk, but now that he has immunity, he's protected, he is going to be sharing his truth, so to speak. Also on the stand as well was Dr. Dawn Hughes, a clinical psychologist who testified on behalf of the government. Larry was mentioning she is being paid $6,000 by the federal government to be a witness. So you got to take that, of course, with a grain of salt. She's obviously being paid by the federal government, but she did provide blind testimony, meaning that she has not seen any details about what has happened in court. She doesn't have any personal knowledge of this case, and she hasn't reviewed evidence or assessed anyone involved. So she hasn't talked to Cassie's mom, and anyone involved in this case. So she was on the stand for quite some time, at least going back at least 1 hour or so. Just about an hour. that she has been speaking. So, closer, maybe an hour and a half or so. But now it appears as though, there was that brief lunch recess. And then back on the stand is Dr. Hughes talking about the case right here. And then we are expecting to hear from that former employee. So back on the stand, Dr. Hughes, she's being cross-examined by Sean Diddy Combs' defense attorney, Jonathan Bach, right now, talking about coping mechanisms, talking about the use of drugs to cope with this as well. And, testifying that she approaches her forensic work for courts with healthy skepticism. Now, I was also sharing with you that, the federal government providing some of these photos of evidence that they say that they, they found inside Sean Diddy's Star Island mansion. And I did want to share that with you. This is one of the photos. This is courtesy of the New York Post right there. You can see a handgun. That's something that they say that they seized during their raid. Also, the jury saw photos of ammunition, of sex toys, of, baby oil, of stilettos. We were sharing that with you, about 10 pairs of platform shoes and stilettos right there. So did want to share just one of those photos with you. That's the handgun, and we were also hearing from the special agent yesterday about some of the other guns that they seized, from some of the other different homes from Sean Diddy Combs right there. So that is the handgun that the special agent testified that they recovered from inside the Star Island house right there. This is a 45 caliber gun. There is a serial number on that. The special agent Gerard Gannon testifying that along with this gun, they also found a magazine with ammo inside a bag. The magazine had 9 bullets inside of it. And he also testified that a box of 45 caliber bullets were also found as well. The prosecution showing that picture of the box of bullets. And you can see some of those stiletto platform heels in this compilation right here. You can see some of the part of the guns right there. You can see the pills. And I was mentioning this, that Special Agent Gannon had testified that he found a number of pills inside and saying that they were, a multitude of colors. You can see this is a photo from the federal government showing the various colors, blue, pink, white, yellow, saying that they also found a bag of pink pills, a bag of white powder, a $100 bill. Gannon testified was also found inside the bag, testing positive for cocaine and ketamine. So the pills are there on your lower right-hand side. And then the upper right-hand side, some of those like high stiletto platform heels, Gannon stated and testified, in addition to the photo that you're seeing there of those red stiletto platforms, agents also found 12 other pairs of platform heels, also finding some other shoes and boots. And inside one of the boots, Gannon claimed they found 3 different cell phones. Also, they found a Gucci bag that he claims they found a variety of pills inside, as well as powder. And then you can also see a photo of some other guns that they previously recovered from, inside some of the homes that they had raided right there. So just some of the photos that the jury has been seeing. This is evidence presented by the federal government right there. So that was part of the testimony that we first heard this morning. Also to note is that Agent Gerard Gannon testified that at least one individual who was home at the time of the raids on Sean Diddy Combs' property, quote, wasn't too happy and would not cooperate. Now, he didn't say exactly who that was, but HSI knew Diddy would not be home the day that they executed the search warrant, testifying that they were aware the rapper would be at the airport with his family. So there is one individual that Agent Gannon said was there at the time, wasn't happy about this, but didn't say exactly who that was. We know it wasn't Diddy because HSI knew that when they executed the search warrant, Diddy wouldn't be home and would in fact be at the airport with his family. So Agent Gannon detailing that the plan was to execute the warrant after Combs left, but if plans changed, that they were prepared to execute the search warrant with him at the property. During the raid, Gannon testified there were 6 different individuals on the property. They were handcuffed until they were identified. The special agent telling the jury that one person wasn't happy and was not cooperating when they searched him. So we do know that that was a male who wasn't happy, but we do not know who that person was, kind of what the relationship between Sean Diddy Combs and that individual was. Special Agent Gannon also testifying that he did not personally conduct fingerprint analysis on the gun's missing serial numbers found during the raid. During cross-examination, one of Diddy's attorneys asked about the ways that law enforcement could identify the owner of a gun without a serial number. And according to Gannon, you can dust for fingerprints or you can test for hair and fibers, also confirming you could get fingerprints off metals. But the special agent claimed that he wasn't sure if HSI had Diddy's DNA as he was not present for Combs's arrest back in 2024. Gannon also testifying that he did not personally conduct fingerprint analysis of the gun. So we don't have cameras inside the courtroom, but I mean, we do have these photos that have been entered into evidence. So we do know at least part of what the jury is seeing. We do not have any of the videos or the photos, of certain other of those acts right there, although they did release some of the photos prior to of Cassie's bruises and such. So we did want to do that as well, and we just want to share the very latest that we have with you on that. Meanwhile, we do also want to share just a little bit earlier about the testimony. We have been continuing to hear from the testimony right there. And just a short time ago, my colleague Karel Lahada, spoke with the Fox 5 news reporter there at the scene. This was earlier this morning, but as we continue to look ahead, it's still important to recap what was already said. This all factors in right here. So I did want to play out that brief segment that Karel did just a short time ago.
And we're learning more about the, quote, freak-offs. We also heard from Cassie Ventura's mother, who took the stand just yesterday. Fox 5's Briella Tomasetti joining us outside of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with those details. Briella.
Karel, good morning to you. Diddy's former personal assistant, David James, returned to the stand yesterday morning, saying that he quit his job after he was forced to drive a car while Diddy was in the back seat with not one or two, but 3 handguns on his lap. So, yes, James feared for his safety at that point. After that, we heard explosive testimony from Cassie Ventura's mother, Regina. Ventura testifying that Diddy demanded $20,000 from her and threatened to release explicit sex tapes of her daughter after learning that she was seeing someone else. The man she was seeing at the time, rapper Kid Cudi, could take the stand today or tomorrow after he, too, was called to testify about his brief relationship with Cassie and how Diddy allegedly tried to firebomb his convertible. Ventura said she used a home equity loan to pay Diddy out of fear for her daughter's safety. Days later, she added the money was returned and Cassie was dating him again. Defense attorneys declined to cross-examine Ventura, but we heard from her lawyer outside of the courthouse.
Short direct examination, no cross-examination, so the government got out all the testimony that they needed, and the defense obviously felt that they didn't need to ask any questions, so it went very smoothly.
The jury also heard from Sheree Hayes, an exotic dancer known as the Punisher, who said he was hired to participate in Diddy's freak-offs. He said he arrived at a Manhattan hotel room expecting to perform a striptease for a small group of people, but instead walked in to find Cassie alone with Diddy, who was wearing a face covering at the time. Hayes alleges he was instructed to have sexual encounters with Cassie and was paid with stacks of cash. Then Homeland Security agent Gerard Gannon testified about last year's federal raid at Diddy's mansion in Miami, mentioning also that investigators rammed through the gate in an armored vehicle. They recovered AR-15s, high heels, lingerie, sex toys, and more. Gannon said some guns had their serial numbers scratched off, so it would be harder to investigators to track them down or to trace their history. Gannon will be back on the stand continuing his testimony.
All right, thank you to Karel Lahara for that as we take another look at the photos that were presented by the special agent. We were hearing from Briella Thompson on that as well, as we do have our Fox 5 New York team inside the courtroom. We were also speaking with AP reporter Larry Neumeister about what he is sharing with us, and we do expect on the stand a little bit later on today a former employee of Sean Diddy Combs granted immunity by the judge after he said he would plead the fifth, and now that he's been granted immunity, he will be testifying about the situations he says that he was involved with. Taking another live look right here of the New York City skyline right there. A very dreary, a very rainy day there outside the courtroom. We've been seeing people quickly walking by with rain jackets and umbrellas right there. So just keeping an eye on the very latest right here, just 5 minutes ago. Interesting. So we were talking about Dr. Dawn Hughes. She is a clinical psychologist testifying right now on traumatic events and the resulting stress, being paid $6,000 by the federal government to testify. Also to note that she testified in R. Kelly's trial. So that was an interesting tidbit that was brought up by one of Diddy's defense attorneys. So Jonathan Bach, one of Sean Diddy Combs' attorneys, asked if a psychologist can give an opinion on the psychological characteristics about an individual without evaluating them. Dr. Hughes claimed that there is debate about that. And then the defense attorney pointed out that she was asked the very same question during the R. Kelly trial in the Eastern District of New York Court, and she agreed with it. She confirmed that she did not do a comprehensive examination and claimed that she had not gathered evidence about this particular case, saying that she had seen a headline about Cassie, but did not evaluate her. So not only did Dr. Hughes testify in R. Kelly's trial, but she also took the stand in the NXIVM sex cult leaders case. Both of those individuals were convicted. And not only that, this is interesting, she also took the stand in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. And she is also set to appear in Harvey Weinstein's ongoing rape retrial. So she has, really quite the resume when it comes to celebrities who are, being charged on very serious crimes. So Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, she's set to testify in the Harvey Weinstein case. She testified in R. Kelly's trial, one of the sex cult leaders who was convicted right here. And also interesting to know, speaking of conviction, though, we were speaking with Michael Gottlieb, a criminal defense attorney, sharing with us a very interesting statistic. According to him, and he's tried quite a few federal cases himself, saying that 95% of these federal cases get a conviction. So from his expert opinion, he says that he would not be surprised if there was a conviction in this case. Yet to be determined, as we are just day 8 of testimony, 8 weeks of testimony expected, as we take another live look at this rather dreary day here in Manhattan. Coming up in just about 30 minutes, we are going to be joined by a New York City criminal defense attorney, Mario Gallucci, talking more about what we could expect now that we know that one of Sean Diddy Combs's former employees is set to take the stand. What that means when it comes to pleading the fifth, being granted immunity. Obviously that frees someone up perhaps to talk a little bit more freely without fear of, being charged themselves in this case. So we're going to be speaking with Mario about that coming up in just about 30 minutes time. At this point, though, Dr. Dawn Hughes remaining on the stand, testifying about trauma, testifying about the dynamic between an abuser and a victim, talking about how trauma can affect an abuse victim's memory, and how drugs can be a coping mechanism for that. Also testifying today, Dr. Hughes, she said that victims often try to placate their abuser in order to stop the violence, telling the jury that when you placate an abuser, you're trying to soothe that abuser and then apologize unnecessarily. To do that, not to get hit by their partner. So Dr. Hughes testifying that placating can appear in all different ways in a relationship. So if you can't say no to little things, it becomes harder to say no to something else. That case in point is, connected to Cassie's testimony back on May 13th, saying that she couldn't say no to Sean Diddy Combs at certain times, and recalling one instance when there was a blow-up pool filled with oil that she was told to get into. She says she did get into it because, quote, you couldn't say no, saying that she was concerned about Combs's temper if she didn't get in. Also testifying that Sean Diddy Combs was in control of every freak off, from the lighting to the outfits that she wore, and also stating that she took drugs before these freak offs so that there was a sense of disassociation, so she didn't feel too much, that she could forget. And so that's something that Dr. Hughes continues to testify about today. She also earlier testified about the financial dependence on an abuser, talking about that is a factor affecting a victim's ability to relieve the relationship, because that victim does not feel they have any independence, and they are kept on unstable footing, saying that they felt beholden to that person because they didn't have financial means to actually leave the relationship. Also on May 13th, that is when Cassie testified to the jury that Combs controlled her entire lifestyle, paying for all of it, including cars, clothing, and trips, providing her with spending money. And Cassie testifying that Combs would then take things away if she was not doing what she was asked. We were talking earlier with a number of attorneys talking about the importance of this particular testimony right here, with the clinical psychologist pointing to the fact that even if someone were to stay in a relationship, that doesn't mean that they would necessarily want to. It would mean that they just did not leave the relationship. So really expanding on that dynamic and getting the jury to understand perhaps the mindset of Cassie. Now, Dr. Hughes never even met Cassie, but talking in general about the dynamic in abusive relationships and what power and control can do, and the coping mechanisms that a lot of victims turn to because they don't feel like they have any other options, and they don't feel like they can actually leave the relationship. So happening right now, that testimony still continuing, and in fact she has been on the stand for quite some time now as they continue to delve into it. Dr. Hughes now being cross-examined by Sean Diddy Combs' attorney right here, talking about all of this. And then coming up, we are expecting to hear from one of Combs's former employees, George Kaplan, who now has been granted immunity And so we are expecting that to continue the testimony, perhaps wrapping up for the day after that testimony. As we were hearing from AP reporter Larry Neumeister saying that the judge has indicated that court will wrap up every day this week between 3 and 4 p.m. So this is what we're going to do because we do want to give you the latest information. I'm going to update the side panel. Dr. Hughes still testifying, but I did want to add the information about the former employee, George Kaplan, who is set to take the stand. So I'm going to update that for you. You're going to see all of that text change on your screen as I hit the live button. So we continue our live coverage as in just about 25 minutes or so, we're going to be speaking with a criminal defense attorney, Michael Gottlieb. All right, so I did update that for you right here. Dr. Dawn Hughes, a clinical psychologist currently testifying about traumatic events and the resulting stress, talking about coping mechanisms. Combs's former employee, George Kaplan, is set to testify afterwards after the judge granted him immunity. He had originally indicated that he was going to invoke the Fifth Amendment not to incriminate himself. And then rapper Kid Cudi, I know a lot of folks were wondering, he was expected to possibly testify today. Prosecutors indicated that at earliest he would not testify until tomorrow, talking about his relationship with Cassie. Also wanted to let you know, and I'm going to change this shot over, we just got this live look back of outside the courthouse right here. This is the exterior. We just got that back in. We switched it over right here. You can see a couple of police officers right there. It is a very rainy, dreary day there in New York City. And, you know, we don't see very many people, but since we just got this live look back, I am going to just raise the audio to give you a better feel for what is happening outside that federal courthouse. All right, so I did raise the audio all the way up. It does look like while we do have this live image, they have currently muted the audio right there on the camera, but definitely an improvement as we are taking a live look right here. Really not seeing much activity, certainly not as much as what we saw even just earlier this morning, we were streaming this live look earlier this morning, and we did see a number of individuals, perhaps family members of Sean Diddy Combs, quickly walking into court. Obviously, you know, it was a rainy day, so they didn't, you know, saunter in. They wanted to get out of the rain. Now it looks quiet, but as we continue to stay on this, yesterday we did see, you know, the male escort who testified, known as the Punisher. We did see him exit. Now, he didn't say anything, but the camera captured him walking to a vehicle with tinted windows. So that's why we like to stay on these shots, because you just don't know who you might see and when you might see them. And we certainly don't want to miss out on that. So we are continuing our live coverage at this moment right here. No cameras are allowed inside the courtroom. This is because of federal law. So this is the closest that we are going to get. But that's why, you know, we really depend on journalists like Larry Neumeister, who is inside the courtroom right now, taking notes, observing, you know, and sharing all of that with us when they are able to step outside, which is pretty amazing. So we are continuing to follow all of that for you right now as we're taking a live look. And I'm always updating and refreshing our, you know, live updates for you. So let's see what we have right now. So it does still appear that Dr. Hughes is still there testifying. No specific updates on that testimony. She is being cross-examined right now as she continues to take the stand, talking about, you know, the psychology behind some of these you know, cases of abuse and the dynamic, the fact that trauma affects memory, that, you know, certain things can blend together, certain incidents can blend together, especially if it's repetitive right there. You know, we were also sharing with you that prior to that, first person on the stand was an HSI special agent who was in charge of one of the raids inside the house, the Star Island Mansion. And we did share with you some of the photos of what they saw. And we do have another one to share with you. We showed you some photos of the stilettos. We showed you some photos of, you know, the guns and the pills. This is another one right here, part of the testimony right here. These are multiple bottles, as you can see, of baby oil and Astroglide there inside a closet, they said, that was found in the master bathroom, testifying that they seized about 25 bottles of baby oil and 31 bottles of Astroglide. So this is from the raid from the Star Island Mansion. We had shared a few of those with you just a little bit earlier as well. This is entered into evidence. This is, you know, something that, you know, the jurors were able to see, and we can share with you a lot of what the jury is seeing cannot be shown publicly. Now the media has asked if they could be shared, and that was turned down. I have to imagine because of the sensitivity of the nature of all of these allegations. And so only the jury really has been able to see maybe some of the videos of the alleged abuse, of the alleged freak-offs. And we have been hearing, you know, the reaction from some of these jurors and the people inside the courtroom, saying that these jurors that have been typically stoic, you know, diligently taking notes, were visibly shocked and shaken when they saw some of these videos right here. And so we continue to share what we can. Obviously, a lot of this is going to be, you know, not made public given the sensitivity of all of this. But when we do have these photos that the federal government provides us, we, of course, want to bring those to you right there. Taking a live look outside the federal courthouse, no one really has left. And in fact, the police officers have now at least left the view of the camera right there. As is still on the stand is the clinical psychologist who has been testifying in terms of the nature of power and control, in terms of memory, in terms of the use of drugs as coping mechanisms, testifying that, it is not common for victims to disclose the abuse. That is what she just testified, stating that oftentimes victims will wait years or months to come forward because they are afraid that they will not be believed. They are afraid of the consequences if they speak out, and they are afraid that people will look at them negatively, and also fearing a change in, financial status or situation, fearing that their community might also change. And so Dr. Hughes testifying that it can be very difficult for a victim to disclose abuse, even in the best of circumstances, even when they are in a safe, testifying that victims then will disclose the abuse when they are in a safe environment, when they can get help, when they can put words to that abuse, and then are most likely to disclose that to the trusted confidants, their mother or their best friend. And what's interesting is we were hearing from Cassie's former best friend who testified, stating that she, in fact, witnessed the abuse and urged Cassie to speak out and to sever her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. And when she did not do that, that is when Cassie's former best friend said she had to walk away herself, because it was incredibly heartbreaking, she said, to watch this happen. And when she took the stand, she did so because she was subpoenaed. She said she hadn't talked to Cassie in years. And that was, a relationship that was severed by what happened, and they never repaired that either. So we are continuing to really get into the detail of the psychology behind the abuse. And yesterday I was speaking with a psychologist on that very issue, talking about, the importance of the jury understanding the psychology of that. I was speaking with psychiatrist Dr. Daniel Bober, who talked about the difference between consent and complicity. Even if you're complicit in something, it doesn't mean that you consented to it. Perhaps you felt like you had no other option. That is what this doctor is testifying to right now. And it's just really interesting. We were hearing from Larry, the Associated Press reporter, stating that the jury really seemed to connect with this testimony, taking a lot of notes. And, he surmised perhaps that a lot of the jurors could relate themselves to exactly what Dr. Hughes was talking about, how a lot of people, in one way or the other, have been, abused in some way, or have gone through a trauma, and they better understand themselves when it comes to why you might have stayed, why you are turning to drugs and alcohol, why your memory might be affected, and you only have fragments and pieces of memories because it's been so traumatic. So he said it was a very powerful moment in the courtroom, as a lot of the jurors really seemed to absorb and to connect with this testimony right here. If you're just joining us, we are streaming live, and we appreciate every single one of you that continues to be with us. We are close to 3,000 viewers, and so, we appreciate that. If you have a question for us, and I do see this, let's see, we're taking a look as we speak about all of this. If you have a question that you would like, us to ask experts, share that in the chat, share that in the live chat. We appreciate just how active everyone is. And we've been trying to get all of the answers for you. And in fact, I have one written down. Racing Kiddo 2 haven't forgotten you. We are going to be speaking with an attorney in just about 10 minutes or so. When will the defense have direct examination? I'll be asking our expert that very question right there. So still on the stand is the clinical psychologist. Earlier, we were talking about this, but the jury was actually asked to leave the courtroom just for a few moments right here. The attorneys is speaking with the judge, but back on the stand is Dr. Hughes. So the defense team asking her about a presentation from a previous testimony right here. We wanted to let you know, of course, this clinical psychologist was brought by the prosecution and being paid $6,000 to do so. So, part of this cross-examination is, obviously, is there some sort of bias? That's, the argument that the defense is, trying to go with right here. Talking that she is providing blind testimony, so she hasn't directly spoken with Cassie. She's not ever treated Cassie. She doesn't know, she says, the specifics of the case. And so there is the latest development in that, as we're now nearly 2 hours into that testimony right here. So the very first person to take the stand was the special agent. He was on the stand to wrap up his testimony. It really didn't take too long for him to do so, as he outlined a little bit more about what he and other special agents found during the raid of Sean Diddy Combs' Star Island home. After which Dr. Hughes then took to the stand, and she remains there. We are expecting at some point to hear from one of Sean Diddy Combs' former employees, but we're coming up on 2 o'clock. So I guess it all depends on how long the psychologist is going to be on the stand right here, because according to Larry, the judge is aiming to wrap up testimony every day between 3 and 4. And if we're coming up on 2 o'clock, that only gives them 1 to 2 hours. Obviously, that can go over if there's really compelling testimony. I have to imagine the judge would prefer the jury to continue to hear that testimony. But as we've seen in previous days, they end the day and then they bring back that expert witness the next day. That's exactly what happened with the special agent that was first testifying. That is exactly what happened with Sean Diddy Combs' former personal assistant, who finished his testimony first thing yesterday. And of course, with Cassie herself, she was on the stand for 4 days. So we're just going to have to wait and see how all of this plays out as we continue to follow the very latest developments. In less than 10 minutes, we are expected to be joined by Mario Gallucci, a criminal defense attorney. We're going to be talking with him about this continued testimony, also looking ahead to George Kaplan, who is set to testify after a judge granted him immunity. And, everything in between, including some of the questions that many of you have brought forth to us. In fact, I am going to just see if he has hopped on as you continue to take a live look right here outside the federal courthouse in Manhattan, where it is day 8 of testimony in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. We are coming up on 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific Time. I'm Stephanie Quinn, continuing our coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial in day 8 of testimony. I mean, this is, weeks potentially, in the works right here. Experts and everyone saying that this could be 8 weeks of testimony. We have been with you since day one. Mike Page is usually the host for these live streams. I am, sharing this privilege with him as we continue to give you the very latest developments. And I did want to also share another update with you as we continue our live coverage right here. We were talking about Dr. Dawn Hughes right here, confirming, we were talking about that the jury was asked to leave the courtroom, but confirming that, yeah, they did leave the courtroom briefly after attorneys spoke with the judge. The defense wanting to question Dr. Hughes about a 2015 webinar she gave on preparing for court testimony. Prosecutors arguing the presentation showed no bias, but one of the defense attorneys, Jonathan Bach, claiming that it was relevant, describing Dr. Hughes as a biased professional witness. The judge ruled the document from the webinar would not be shown to the jury, but allowed questions about the training itself. So that is why the jury was asked to leave right there. We are going to continue to follow all of this as we look ahead to Combs's former employee, George Kaplan, set to testify after Dr. Hughes steps down right here. He walked into the courtroom, and what is so interesting is, the judge, asked him whether he planned to invoke his Fifth Amendment right. And so, of course, that means that you're not going to testify if whatever you testify about could incriminate you. And so he explained that to the judge, and the prosecution told him that if he is granted immunity, that he would be forced to answer questions. And so he said he understood that. He got immunity, and now he's going to take the stand at some point, whether that is today or whether that is tomorrow. Now, originally, there was discussion that rapper Kid Cudi would testify either today or tomorrow. In this case, we now have heard from prosecutors that he will not testify any earlier than tomorrow about his relationship with Cassie. And I did want to just share a little bit more about this because there is so much history to this, and there is a lot of significance to this relationship, which is why he is being called to testify. Rapper Kid Cudi, who's also an actor, so he is expected to testify sometime this week, no earlier than tomorrow, taking to the witness stand to talk about his relationship with Cassie. It was a very brief relationship. Prosecutors have contended in court filings, so this is the argument, this is what they've outlined, that Combs was so upset about this relationship that he arranged to have Cudi's convertible firebombed. Prosecutors did tell the judge this morning that he won't be called to the stand before tomorrow, and we did want to share that with you. So Cassie testified last week that Combs was incredibly upset when she left him for a period of time back in 2011 and began dating Kid Cudi. She says Combs left a large bruise on her back where he kicked her as she left his LA home for the last time that year. And we were also hearing from Regina Ventura, who is Cassie's mom, yesterday. She took to the stand stating that Combs was very upset by this relationship and demanded that the parents pay him $20,000, almost as a, you have to pay me back for all of the money that I have poured into this relationship. So Cassie's mom testified that she wired money to the Bad Boy company, but then 4 to 5 days later, that money was returned. She also said, though, she had no receipt or copy of that wire transaction right there. So we do continue to follow the very latest, as we are going to be joined by Mario Gallucci, who is a longtime New York City criminal defense attorney. And in fact, we do see that he is hopping on right now. So we're going to do a quick mic check and bring him on to talk a little bit more.
I'm fantastic. How are you? Yeah, how's the shot? Good? I do. I yeah, okay. I can make a jump on. Yes. I have a whatchamacallit light that I use when I do put. I I do, but it's gonna take me like 5 minutes to go get it and put it up to my car. Okay. All right, let me go grab it. Thanks.
So we're going to be joined by Mario Gallucci in just about 5 minutes or so. He's just getting set up right here. He is a longtime New York City criminal defense attorney, New York City, being where this federal case is held inside this courthouse right here. A rainy morning here on this Wednesday or afternoon, depending on which coast you reside in. But you can see that folks bundled up, the police officer in his jacket right there. And we've been seeing people with their umbrellas, walking quickly. We also have been seeing a number of people walk into the courtroom and the courthouse earlier this morning, but no one stopping to talk to reporters, and certainly a different vibe, I would say, than last week. It was quite the media circus last week as Cassie Ventura was testifying. It has calmed down considerably, and in fact, Associated Press reporter Larry Neumeister talking about the difference, saying that the courtroom is much emptier than last week, and a lot fewer supporters of Sean Diddy Combs inside that courtroom. I have to imagine, as this could last 8 weeks, that you have to pace yourself, that people do have other obligations. But we were also hearing from a number of other criminal defense attorneys talking about the importance of having a family inside the courtroom each and every day to be a consistent reminder that the person who is being charged is a human who has loved ones, and they are not a one-dimensional monster, so to speak. They have people who do look up to them, do love them, do really rely on them for that, perhaps that support, that nurturing nature. So right now, just to quickly recap before we are joined by Mario, is that right now still on the stand is a clinical psychologist testifying about the dynamic of individuals in abusive relationships and, what that might lead to. We also shared a little bit earlier some of these photographs of the items that special agents found inside the home of Sean Diddy Combs. We are going to just quickly make sure that we can hear Mario, he can hear us, and then we will bring him in to talk more about this. Stand by.
Thank you. All right. What are you going to ask me?
So I do want to bring in Mario Gallucci, who is a longtime New York City criminal defense attorney. Mario, we appreciate you taking the time to hop on with us here as we continue our coverage of day 8 of testimony in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. On the stand right now, a clinical psychologist. She has been on the stand for a considerable amount of time right now, being cross-examined by the defense. You know, in this line of questioning, obviously they're trying to poke holes, through her testimony. And to note, she was paid $6,000 by the federal government to testify. When it comes to discrediting or kind of, creating doubt with jurors in terms of what this expert witness is sharing, what's the strategy behind that?
So you would assume thank you for having me on, by the way. You would assume that the defense also has their own clinical psychologist that's going to go against their clinical psychologist. So one of the things you try to avoid, and people think is the one thing you're going to go, oh, you were paid, who paid you, how much should they pay you? Well, your clinical psychologist is going to go through that same type of cross-examination. So you got to be very careful with those types of questions. So it's very important that you know what their clinical psychologist is going to say and that you're prepared by your clinical psychologist on the questions to ask. For example, if it was a DNA expert and you're talking about DNA transfer, a typical lawyer doesn't know the science behind that. Typical lawyer doesn't know the science between clinical psychology. So what you would do is you get prepared by your own clinical psychologist, and they tell you, what the direction to go in, what questions to ask. One of the best things to do is to attack their pedigree. Where did they go to school? Have they published any articles? How many times have they testified? How many times have they testified for the defense? How many times have they testified for the prosecution? So those are probably the most important things to try to get out as a defense attorney when you're going to get up and do cross-examination.
You brought up a point, and I appreciate you doing so when it came to the fact that obviously the defense is going to have their own clinical psychologist. They're going to go through this whole line of questioning. One of our viewers who asked a question on our live YouTube stream, Racing Kiddo 2, asked, when will the defense have their own expert witnesses and that direct examination? Is there a specific timeline? Could it be weeks from now before they're able to present their own experts and witnesses?
The defense has to do nothing. I mean, it's up to the government to prove their case beyond the reasonable doubt. You would assume, though, in a case like this, that they're going to present the defense. The defense will start once the prosecution rests. So if Diddy's team, and I'm sure they have hired their own doctor experts, they will testify as soon as the government rests in this case. So you're looking at middle of June.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, again, we're looking at potentially 8 weeks of testimony, so it's going to be lengthy. Looking ahead, though, this is really interesting, is one of Combs's former employees, George Kaplan. He is set to testify after the, the cross-examination of the clinical psychologist, Dr. Hughes, wraps up. Initially he said that he would plead the fifth. And then he was granted immunity. When it comes to what all of that means and the significance of that, when is a witness granted immunity? What are the circumstances? Obviously, he indicated that he wasn't going to speak because he didn't want to incriminate himself.
So the government had to make a judgment call here. They had to make a decision on whether they're going to allow this witness to testify on their behalf and forgive him for all of the wrongdoing he has done. So by granting him immunity, they are allowing him to testify without the specter of being prosecuted for his own crimes, which is very important to the defense also, because now they get to cross-examine him on all of those crimes and whatever agreement he made with the government to testify. So that's it goes both ways in when you're dealing with a cooperating witness.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about that because I imagine that the defense would say, "Hey, look, you're probably just saying whatever you want because you're not going to be charged." When it comes to that effective argument, I'm assuming it's relatively common, but how effective is that when you're trying to sully the character of someone who has been granted immunity and is now testifying against their former employer?
You got to demonstrate to the jury that they are doing what they're doing because they're working with the government, that they are worse than your client, that the crimes they would have been charged with are significantly worse, or maybe they're the ones that actually led to your client's involvement in these particular activities. There's a lot to do with a I love when we get a cooperating witness. It's probably the most fun part of our job.
So, you say that, Mario, and my curiosity is piqued. So why do you consider this like one of the most fun parts of your job? What is it that, gets that adrenaline running?
So cross-examination is probably the greatest tool that a defense attorney has. And the cross-examination of a cooperating witness or a rat is you're going to get every single bit of whatever they've done wrong, every bad act, every crime, and you could cross-examine them on every single one of those issues. I recently cross-examined a cooperating witness who attempted to escape from Rikers Island after he signed a cooperation agreement. And that went really far with the jury. They signed a cooperation agreement with the government, and the government still kept that cooperation agreement in place, even though he tried to escape from jail. So credibility is always an issue. And that is the greatest credibility attack one could possibly make.
Yeah, and you used a very powerful word right there that resonates, I'm sure, with a lot of people, which is the word rat. You never want to be associated with that. So what's the benefit? What's the benefit for someone to get immunity if they're going to be, their character, no doubt, is going to be in question?
They don't go to jail. They have their freedom. They're more than likely that the agreement that the government reached with the cooperator is going to be given to the defense. The defense now could pick apart that agreement. You made an agreement with the prosecutor. You agreed with the government that you would testify. In exchange for that agreement, instead of going to jail for 20 years, you're going home tonight. You're going to eat dinner in your house. You're going to be able to go to a restaurant. On and on and on. I mean, you could go on for hours. I love the cross-examination of a rat. It probably is the best part of our job.
So I have to imagine, considering that the cross-examination of this former employee is going to be extensive. Does that sound correct?
Absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I mean, I am very curious to see what is going to come out, and no doubt a lot of people are as well. As we take a look at this, and obviously we didn't really know that he was going to testify until really just 30 or 40 minutes ago. Anyone else that you would really want to hear from that you think could really shake things up one way or the other?
Obviously, any of the guards security team that worked for Diddy would be important for me to hear from them. The government just put on the escort, and that escort actually helped the defense in some ways because it corroborated their defense that Cassie Ventura was actually a willing participant in this. So when you add up her text message exchange where she arranged, I believe, one of those freak offs, and they were deciding on whether it should be a weekday or a weekend, and she said, I'd rather it be on a Friday night as opposed to a Saturday night. Now you have this escort coming in, and on the cross-examination, they brought out the fact that she was never uncomfortable. She was a very willing participant. She never saw any violence in the room. He never took any drugs. Those are very important things to the defense.
All right.
So,
I mean,
Laura,
it is. It is going to be. Yeah, very interesting to see what happens. I'm curious, at this point in time, obviously we've heard from a number of witnesses. Who do you think has been the witness with the biggest the most powerful testimony? Was it Cassie, or do you think it's one of these other witnesses that might not have such, a bombshell testimony, but really has, helped, one side or the other?
So Cassie Ventura's testimony so far has been probably the most dramatic. And unlike a rat, you got to be very careful when you're dealing with the victim, especially a victim of domestic and sexual abuse. You got to be very careful on how you question this person. I believe the defense did a good job, but Cassie still, to me, she came off as a very strong woman. She came off as a warrior, a person that is standing up not only for herself, for all women that are put in the same exact position. And I thought her testimony was powerful. I thought she was on that stand. She took every shot with grace. She was a very good witness. So far, I think she's the government's strongest witness.
All right, Mario, before we let you go, any final thoughts about what you're most looking forward to, what you're most interested in hearing, any surprises along the way that you weren't expecting?
So I wasn't expecting the cooperator that we're going to hear from next. I'm assuming that a deal was recently struck with this person, since all of a sudden they're calling him as a witness under immunity. And I look forward to hearing from other escorts. There were a number of escorts that were involved. And if their testimony is the same as the last escort, that she was a participant, he never thought that she was in a position where she was resisting this. It's going to be a very interesting result here. Going to be very
So,
interesting to see how that goes.
yeah, and so Mario, to that point, obviously the prosecution called this male escort yesterday. And I'm not a legal expert, but I would imagine that the prosecution would only call witnesses they feel would help their case, and it did not seem to be the case yesterday. As he indicated, he never saw Cassie uncomfortable. He never saw drug use, he never saw violence. Everyone seemed to be a consensual situation right there. So I imagine that would be a disappointment to the prosecution. He didn't seem to help their case at all.
Through all his answers, they know all of his answers before he's testifying. One of the key issues in a trial is you never ask a question of a witness you don't know the answer to. So I believe they called him just to corroborate the fact that these freak-offs existed, that she was there, what his role was, which is very important. So I'm assuming that we're going to hear from other escorts that are going to not only corroborate what went on, but maybe you're going to say something a lot different about Cassie Ventura's attitude during his freak-offs.
I'm glad that we had that conversation, because this is so strategic, and sometimes you may not really understand why someone is called or why a question is asked until later on. It's going to be very interesting to see, because we do expect another male escort by the name of Daniel Phillip to eventually testify in this trial. And as we saw today, there could be some surprises down the pipeline. Mario, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here. It's fascinating, and we're going to be hearing from that former employee. We'll see what he has to say.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And no doubt we're going to be speaking with you in another time as this does continue on. We are taking a live look right here outside of the courthouse as we continue our coverage. We're just going to put up some additional information right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Anytime. Appreciate it. All right. Bye.
So just a slightly different shot right here outside of the federal court in Manhattan, just a wider view right here. We are expecting to speak with Daniel Gurl, who is the founder and managing attorney of Next Law, coming up in just about 20 minutes as we continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox's YouTube stream. We also wanted to let you know, because, you know, we have this live look right here. Of course, we're not always paying attention to that, but we do understand that Sean Diddy Combs' sons are continuing to show their support for their father. Justin Combs and Christian Combs were spotted outside this courthouse as the jury heard from witnesses right here. So it does appear that they did arrive in support of their father. And we've been talking about the importance of family members showing up to provide that different perspective, that different side of the defendant, showing a family man, showing someone who is not that one-dimensional monster that the prosecution is painting him as. So we did want to let you know that Justin Combs and Christian Combs spotted outside the courthouse as the jury continues to hear from witnesses. The very first witness was, a carryover of yesterday, a former HSI agent, Gerard Gannon, testifying about the weapons and the drugs seized from the Star Island mansion of Sean Diddy Combs back in March of 2024. And right now, clinical psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes testifying about abuse victims. So we did want to share that with you there as well. We've also been sharing with you a number of photos that we have been receiving from the federal government. This is part of the evidence that they have been presenting to the jury. In terms of what they found in that raid: weapons, narcotics, even pills, money, handguns. And so we've been sharing that with you. So happening right now, the clinical psychologist, Dr. Hughes, is still there on the stand, but at some point we are expecting to hear from a former employee, George Kaplan, who was granted immunity after he invoked his Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate himself. It's a little unclear as to if we will be getting to that testimony today, but we will continue to bring that with you. All right, well, we do see Daniel Gurl hopping on. We are going to do just a quick audio and video check with him and then bring him on as we continue our live coverage.
I'm great. How are you doing? Can you hear me okay? All right. I'm gonna go native rather than the AirPods. I don't want them to tap out halfway through. That's correct. Well, I've been following the trial, and I kind of boned up on it this morning. It's really whatever you would like me to comment on. I'm familiar with the testimony that's come in so far last week and as recently as today, and I'm particularly interested in the special or the expert witness that the government has testifying, I believe, right now. The psychologist who admitted under cross-examination, I believe, I don't know if it was cross, but she testified that she has never testified in defense of a male accused, which I found interesting. The defense is obviously going to paint that witness as extremely biased to whatever degree her testimony is important to the government. Sure. Yeah, and I mean, I think it's important to remember in this case, like in All right.
Right now, Dr. Dawn Hughes being cross-examined by Sean Diddy Combs's attorneys right there. She is a clinical psychologist. She continues to testify about traumatic events and the resulting stress when it comes to abusive relationships, the power dynamic between the abuser and the victim, the coping mechanisms, the impact to memory. And there continue also to be a number of sidebars right here between the defense and the prosecutors talking about her testimony. They've had several sidebars over the cross-examination of her. One of Sean Diddy Combs's attorneys asking her about 6 meetings she had with prosecutors about her testimony, some of which have been since the trial started. Now, she has maintained that prosecutors have not discussed specifics with her. She says that she is giving blind testimony, but there's also been raised the question about potential bias. One of Sean Diddy Combs's attorneys saying that she is a biased professional witness, specifically from a 2015 webinar she gave on preparing for court testimony. So to talk more on that significance right there, I do want to bring in Daniel Girl, who is the founder and the attorney of Next Law right here. He is a managing attorney there. So we did want to bring him on to talk more about this. And Daniel, we appreciate you taking the time from your schedule to talk with us.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
So I do want to just ask you about the question of bias. I mean, we know that Dr. Hughes is being paid by the prosecution $6,000 to provide her expert testimony. Now, she says this is blind testimony, so she's never met Cassie or, any of the other witnesses right there. But the issue of bias has been raised by Sean Diddy Combs' defense team. Talk about what that bias, what the implications are, the significance of it. No doubt they want to paint her as a slanted expert, only sharing specific perspectives.
Absolutely. And that is going to be a major part of his case, I believe. To the degree that the government has seen fit to bring her in as an expert witness at this stage of the trial, what they are hoping to do, even though she hasn't had any direct contact or interviewed any of the witnesses, Cassie Ventura in particular, she's clearly there to testify to her experience with trauma victims. And the government is obviously seeking to align that with the testimony and the evidence that they're presenting from their alleged victims and witnesses. And as a former prosecutor and as now a criminal defense attorney, from the prosecutor's perspective, they want that expert to do exactly that. They want that expert to essentially, without having that direct interviewing or direct contact with their witnesses, be able to speak on their behalf. It was telling to me that earlier in the day, she admitted openly that she has never testified on behalf of a male accused. Anybody accused of sexual allegations. So she is clearly a what I would call a hired gun. Whether or not her testimony itself is biased, it's a very subjective thing. The government's gonna have their work cut out for them to try to argue that she's just there simply as an objective witness. She is there for a reason, and the defense is expected to just jump all over that. And as a result, you see the numerous sidebars that have been going on because bias is such an explosive component in cases like this.
Yeah, and you're absolutely correct. I just wanted to give our viewers a little more audience that she said, yes, that is correct when she was questioned during cross-examination, as you just mentioned, about the fact that she's never taken the stand in defense of a man accused of a sex crime. In fact, she previously testified against R. Kelly back in 2021. She took the stand against the sex cult leader Keith Rainier's case, testifying against him, and then in 2022 testifying against Johnny Depp in his case against Amber Heard. And then later on this year, Daniel, as you know, she's going to take the stand against Harvey Weinstein in his case. When it comes to that pattern, because that is a pattern, how does that play out? Because it does look as though, she only speaks, from a certain perspective. as a defense attorney, are you thinking that this is really good for your case?
Well, I just think that it's going to come down to how effective for the jury her testimony is. It is possible for an expert witness, even if the jury were to find that she was biased, to still find that her testimony was credible. Most of the people that are going to testify in this case are going to have bias to some degree. So bias has to be measured by credibility. And if they find that she is credible, and if the government is able to manage her as a witness, and the ultimate outcome of that is that the jury finds her testimony relevant, or I'm sorry, finds her testimony credible, it can be very damaging to the defense, because clearly she is supporting, and what she is saying is typical behavior, or the typical effects that this sort of activity has on victims. The government is there to say, this is exactly what you heard from our witnesses. This is exactly what you saw in our evidence. So it really is just going to come down to how credible she is, but in front of the jury. And if she's been open so far about her past and what she has specialized in, and there was the PowerPoint earlier that I believe the judge ruled upon its admissibility, where she talked about the presentation that she gave 10 years ago on behalf of domestic violence victims. So it doesn't make any sense to try to pretend that that is not her specialty. Rather, to say and to testify that I'm just telling you that this is what my experience has been with victims and those that have suffered trauma, and this is the outcome. And then the government's going to have to argue to the jury that just because she specializes in one area and has not testified in defense on the defense side does not mean that she's not credible.
So I want to ask you this, Daniel, because it's so interesting. She has been on the stand for hours now. Obviously there was a short recess. Does that indicate anything to you in terms of the length of time a particular witness is on the stand, or an expert?
I think in a case like this, where we're very early on, it's early in the second week of testimony, and I believe about 6 or 7 witnesses have testified so far. If you compare her testimony to that of Agent Gannon, who I believe started on Friday and then finished today, it's starting to seem as though just time-wise that her testimony is taking up about the same amount of time, more or less, as his, and certainly that's very key testimony. So I think it's very clear that she is a very important part of the government's case at this point.
So I also want to ask you this, because we're around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. The judge has indicated that typically he would like court to recess between 3 and 4 p.m. Obviously, very flexible. Just a short time ago, we did understand that one of Sean Diddy Combs' former employees is also going to be testifying. He, was actually in the courtroom. He invoked his Fifth Amendment right. He was then granted immunity. So we are expecting to hear from him. When it comes to the rhythm, obviously the judge is very aware and sensitive to, the momentum and the rhythm of testimony and court proceedings. Do you anticipate, them to wrap up however long it takes the psychologist, but then to hold off on bringing a new witness in? Or do you think, like we've seen in previous days, that they will start off on this testimony and then say, you know what, you're adjourned, court is adjourned, jury, you're dismissed until tomorrow at 9 a.m.?
Well, that's a really good question. I think it's really going to come down to when they finish with that witness. Obviously, every court is different. This is federal court. The judge in that case may be very efficiency conscious. But I would expect that if the testimony of the expert were to wrap up at around 3 o'clock Eastern time, and this other witness is one that would expect their testimony would be expected to last, let's say, 3 hours, which is something that the court can inquire. How long do you expect that your witness is going to be testifying? That they very well may close for the day and then resume tomorrow. If I'm the government, I would prefer to not have my next witness testify only to 15, 20, 30 minutes later, recess for the day, because frankly, what I would like to happen is I'd like the jury to leave today with the testimony of that expert witness resonating in their head. If you bring in another witness, it's going to kind of push that back a bit. So if I'm the government, I absolutely want the expert to be the last witness today. But there
Also,
might be scheduling considerations that I'm not aware of.
yeah, and I want to ask you that too, because this might be a win-win situation, because it almost seems as though, this was kind of a last-minute witness, as, this former employee was granted immunity in court. Could this be a win for the defense, though, as well? So that would give them more time to prepare overnight for their cross-examination of this former employee.
Well, and that's another good point. And again, I was kind of surprised, just as you were, that all of a sudden this witness, came out, and to the degree that this witness may not have been expected to testify, I would imagine the defense would be more than entitled to have time to interview them, especially if they have been granted immunity. If I'm the defense team, I don't want to go into that blind. I want to absolutely be able to prepare as much as possible. Again, I'm not sure what was behind the scenes on that and how much access they did already have to that witness, but as another former, I think, assistant of Combs. We already heard from one of his other assistants, and I think that was very damaging testimony potentially. If I'm the defense, I want to be able to take some time with this one.
So given that, I mean, Dr. Hughes right now is under cross-examination. Everything is so strategic in the courtroom. Nothing is without intent. Do you think that they are going to try and stretch this cross-examination until the judge is like, hey, look, we'd only have 30 minutes to start with this new witness, like we're going to adjourn? Does that enter into the mind of a defense attorney?
It could, I mean, I've been doing this for a while, and I'm familiar with others in my field, and there are times where two very capable and experienced defense attorneys might actually see that differently. For me, I would want to be prepared for that witness. But again, remember, the government's going to put them on first. The defense is going to have a chance to cross-examine. That almost certainly won't go to the cross-examination stage today if that witness has taken the stand an hour or less before the court adjourns for the day. So it could be that the defense would want to have that person take the stand immediately, because again, if I'm the government, I want the jury leaving today with their expert witness's testimony ringing in their ears, if I feel as though that witness did a great job.
I mean, it's so fascinating to see how all of this plays out. So much goes into even one decision, which truthfully, in such a high profile case, I'm sure could make it or break it. As someone who has a lot of experience with the law, I mean, when you are in a situation where the stakes are so high, is it easy to get in your own head and to second guess your strategy, to second guess your decisions, or do you got to just, what is the feeling of the attorneys there in the room? I'm sure there's a lot of nerves.
Well, that certainly can happen, and I've done about 60 trials, certainly nothing near the magnitude of this one, but I do think that the more his defense team is one of the most revered and respected criminal defense teams in the nation, and they know what they're doing. And I think that it's important going into a case to not only on the one hand, yes, be prepared for things, be prepared for the unexpected, but the defense has to have a theory of the case from the beginning, and they're best served by sticking with that and not getting distracted. You have to be open to what happens. There's always things that happen that are unexpected. This might be one of those situations as far as this witness that's coming on is concerned. But they've been through this before, and that's what they're being paid to do. And so I think they've got a theory of the case. Their theory of the case is this is all consensual, that these allegations are made by people who are fueled by jealousy, infidelity, maybe folks that want to make a name for themselves, and celebrity is a two-edged sword. In this case, the defense is I think their theory of the case is that he's being targeted because of his celebrity. So I think they're going to stay the course on that theory.
All right. And speaking of celebrities, we are expecting rapper Kid Cudi to testify. That is also going to be really interesting. Daniel, thank you for taking the time to join us. It's so fascinating to hear from, the legal perspective, because you've been in the courtroom, you've been in situations, such as this. And, just to pick your brain is fascinating. So I appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I did want to share another live look with you outside the federal courthouse as happening right now. A clinical psychologist, Dr. Dawn Hughes, continuing to be cross-examined. I did want to share this with you as we continue to show you videos and photos as well of the people inside and also the evidence being presented to them. But right now on the stand is clinical psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes confirming that she has never taken the stand in defense of a man accused of a sex crime. And so we were just talking with Daniel Girl about this, talking about, how that plays in, right? The potential bias to that, because there is that pattern. Previously testifying, she did against R. Kelly, as well as Johnny Depp. She's set to take the stand against Harvey Weinstein in his rape retrial. So absolutely interesting as we continue to take a live look here outside the federal courthouse in Manhattan, day 8 of testimony in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial.
Are we off now? Okay, great. Well, I hope that was, you bet. You too. Bye-bye.
Still on the stand at this hour, coming up on almost 3 p.m. Eastern time, is Dr. Dawn Hughes, a clinical psychologist. So the very latest update is cross-examination has now ended. However, Assistant U.S. Attorney Mitzi Steiner back up for a redirect examination of Dr. Hughes. She has been on the stand for hours now, testifying about trauma, about abuse, about what happens and the power dynamic between the victim and the abuser. And we've been talking with attorneys. It's, eye-opening, they say, that she has been on the stand for so long, absolutely indicating the significance of her testimony right there. And it's unclear at this hour. I mean, obviously, this all depends on how long this redirect examination will be. But will there be other people to take the stand? Given all of this, that is yet to be determined. We do know that one of Combs's former employees. And hold on, I'm getting a message from my producer. Just stand by. So new information sent along to us, of course, everyone, all hands on deck, and we appreciate that, is that a new witness has just been called to the stand. This is former employee George Kaplan. So he is currently now just taking to the stand right here. This is absolutely fascinating because he had previously invoked his Fifth Amendment right to refrain from testifying for over concerns of, sharing incriminating evidence. However, a judge has granted him immunity. So I did just want to update our side panel to give you the very latest information, as we do understand that George Kaplan is now taking to the stand to testify after a judge granted him immunity. All right, so I did update that side panel right here just to give you a little bit more context about the person taking to the stand right here. On the stand right now, George Kaplan testifying after a judge granted him immunity. Initially, Kaplan had indicated he was going to invoke the Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate himself. So I did want to share the very latest information. It's going to be very interesting to see exactly what he shares as Dr. Dawn Hughes now is stepping down right there. But the very latest information given to us as we continue to follow our reports. And we're also going to be checking in with Larry Neumeister, who is an Associated Press reporter inside the courtroom. It's going to be very interesting to hear from him in terms of exactly what this information is. He is the 12th witness, George Kaplan, called by the prosecution. He had received a subpoena requiring him to testify, so it's not like he volunteered. However, when he invoked his Fifth Amendment right not to testify on the grounds of potential self-incrimination, the judge indicated that he would sign an immunity order to require him to testify. No cameras allowed inside. Unfortunately, that is the law of the federal court right there. So we see this live look outside. So much activity going on inside that courtroom. We do not have access to it, but we do have access to people who are inside the courtroom. We're going to be picking their brains, through the duration of this trial right there. As we take a live look right here, we are going to be joined in just about 15 minutes or so by former federal prosecutor and also a founder of the West Coast Trial group right there, West Coast Trial lawyers, specifically Nima Rahmani. We're going to be talking with him. It's going to be very interesting to hear from him, especially now that we have on the stand George Kaplan, who is testifying against his former employer. I mean, he has immunity. He was granted immunity. And so he will be discussing the goings on and you know, how he was specifically involved in that. It's going to be fascinating to see exactly what comes out of this. We always give you up to the minute information right there as we do wait for the very latest details coming from that. But that's the latest information for you, is that George Kaplan currently on the stand testifying right here. He is a former executive assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, the 12th witness called by the prosecution. So we are coming up on 3 o'clock. You know, I have to imagine now that he's on the stand, the judge is going to allow testimony to go on for quite a bit. You know, originally the judge had indicated that he would prefer to wrap up testimony and you know, the goings on between 3 and 4. I have to imagine, given the fact that it's almost 3 o'clock now Eastern time, that he would want this to continue at least for an hour or so, depending on all of this, as we continue to bring you the very latest information right here. So off the stand is Dr. Dawn Hughes. She was on the stand for hours talking about the psychology behind you know, the power dynamic of the abuser and the abused. Beginning the day, though, was Special Agent Gerard Gannon, who was talking about, you know, what he says the agents found inside the home, the mansion of Sean Diddy Combs. And we do have this photo right here that I did want to share with you of some of the items that were found. You can see it's about 35 bottles of Astroglide and of baby oil right here. And I'm also wondering if we could pull up the other photo as well, showing some of the pills and some of the guns. So we're going to give that to you if you're just joining us, because we did want to share that with you. We do have these photos. This is a evidence entered in by the federal government right here. So we had that photo. And we also had another photo that we wanted to share with you. This really details some of the other items that that everyone says that they have had. So it's just interesting to share that with you there as well, as we continue to follow the very latest. So the jury was shown a number of items, including platform heels found inside Diddy's home. They also found more than a dozen platform heels. The prosecution also showing the jury some other shoes and boots, a black Gucci bag on top of the dresser, an assortment of pills, narcotics and powder. Inside the bag were blue and pink and white and yellow pills, a bag of pink pills, a bag of white powder, and we did want to share that with you. We're going to pull that up right now. Thank you to Carla for sharing that. Take a look at this. So this is the compilation of photos that the federal government has provided. On the upper right hand side of your screen, you can see the ruby red stiletto platform heels. So just one pair of about a dozen stiletto heels right there that they found. They also found on the lower hand side of your screen really like a rainbow of assortment of pills right there. Blue, pink, white, yellow, runs the gamut. And then on the left hand side of your screen, just a couple of, pieces of guns that they say that they found as well. Special Agent Gannon also stating that a $100 bill was also found inside the bag and tested positive for cocaine and ketamine. They also found a handgun as well, a .45 caliber gun, and we shared that earlier with you. They also found a magazine with ammo inside the bag. And the magazine had 9 bullets in it. So this is all part of the testimony that we have been hearing throughout the day. So Special Agent Gannon starting the day off with the continuation of his testimony. He was on the stand yesterday. The judge then dismissed the jury at around 4 p.m. Eastern time or so. And then he finished his testimony later on this morning. He also said that during the raid of Sean Diddy Combs' Star Island mansion, that there was at least one person home at the time. It wasn't Diddy, because according to Gannon, the agency knew that Diddy would not be home the day that they executed the search warrant. And the special agent testified that he was aware that the rapper would be at the airport with his family. And so that was the plan. They were going to execute the search warrant once Combs had left, with the understanding, of course, that if plans changed, that they would have to execute it with him there. So the special agent testified there were 6 individuals on the property. They were handcuffed until they were identified. The testimony continuing that there was one individual who wasn't too happy, that was in quotes, and wasn't cooperating when they searched him. So that was the very first person of the day. Relatively cut and dry, very interesting details and photos, but not necessarily the emotional testimony that we heard from individuals like Cassie, or even yesterday, Cassie's mother and the male escort known as the Punisher, who detailed the alleged freak-off situations he says that he was part of for quite a number of months. So we are continuing to follow this right here, giving you the very latest updates as we are going to be joined by Nima Rahmani, who is a former federal prosecutor, on this. But, George Kaplan, he started working with the Combs Enterprises back in 2013. He was promoted later on to Combs's executive assistant. And he is testifying that he worked around 80 to 100 hours a week. So we were hearing from a previous assistant yesterday, David James, who was saying that he was told that this was, Sean Diddy Combs' kingdom, and they were just part of it. So, this might go in line with that testimony that we have already heard, as we are learning details about the schedule of these assistants, the responsibilities that they were tasked with, and no doubt we are likely going to hear a lot more details from Combs's former assistant, who is on the stand right now testifying that he works about 80 to 100 hours a week. Rising through the ranks, and, some of his responsibilities, he says, was to make sure that Combs's bathroom was set up with his toiletries and medications. Yesterday, we were hearing from one of his personal assistants who indicated that he was responsible for setting up the hotel rooms for the alleged freak-offs, although he testified that he did not know, he was not aware that those freak-offs were going on. He was tasked with supplying the room with items to make Combs more comfortable, including, a sweatsuit, including items like Jell-O and applesauce. He says that he also would go to the Duane Reade Pharmacy, and if you're from New York City, you know Duane Reade Pharmacy quite well, right there. It's like the CVS, and that he would be tasked with using his own personal credit card to purchase items like baby oil, and then he would then be reimbursed with cash. We've been talking with attorneys talking about really showing the documentation, showing the link, the connection, the physical evidence between Bad Boy Enterprises and some of these, illegal activities, in terms of trying to prove that racketeering charge. But, if you're using your personal credit card and you're being reimbursed with cash, we've been speaking with attorneys who say, unfortunately, that, weakens the argument, just in terms of the hard evidence that can be proven right there. So continuing to follow this right here, and we are waiting on Nima Rahmani to join us in just a few minutes, as we're going to be talking with him as we take another live look right here. And you can see the photographers zooming back and forth. It's a little unclear as to why. Maybe just trying to, anticipate things, just trying to make sure that the camera swivel is working well. So we don't see anyone leaving just yet. Again, the camera It's moving back and forth, but this is what we're seeing. This is what's happening live right there. So we're continuing to watch this as we continue our coverage, and we appreciate you staying with us.
Good. Good. How are you? Of course. Thanks for having me. Okay.
So unfortunately, I have raised the audio. It doesn't seem like there is any audio attached to this live stream right here, but you saw a number of individuals walk out of the courtroom. And if any indication, that does appear to be Dr. Dawn Hughes, the clinical psychologist who was testifying for hours on the domestic violence abuse cycle, in terms of how many of these victims use coping mechanisms such as drugs and alcohol, how this can impact your memory with that. So we did see, Dr. Dawn Hughes exiting the federal courthouse right here, as on the stand right now, George Kaplan currently testifying after a judge granted him immunity. This is one of Sean Diddy Combs' former employees. He had indicated initially when he appeared in court that he was going to invoke the Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate himself. Following that, the judge did grant him immunity right there. I did want to bring in Nima Rahmani, who is a former federal prosecutor and president of West Coast Trial Lawyers, to talk more about all of these developments with us, as we do now have a new person on the stand. And as always, Nima, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Oh, Stephanie, thanks for having me as always. Big day of testimony today.
I mean, you know what? Honestly, I feel like every single day is a big day. And it's interesting because after yesterday, I felt like, okay, this morning perhaps started it a little slowly. I think everyone was disappointed that Kid Cudi wasn't taking the stand. But my gosh, now, it's fascinating what we're hearing. Dr. Dawn Hughes, who we saw live exiting the courtroom, and, the discussion, the cross-examination of bias and how she's never defended a man when it comes to domestic violence. Now on the stand right now is George Kaplan, Combs' former employee. And I think a lot of people were surprised when he showed up in court. He said he only did so because he received a subpoena. He said he was going to invoke his Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate himself, and then the judge granted him immunity. How much of a surprise do you think that was to the defense, or do you think that they expected the unexpected?
I think you have to expect the unexpected in a case like this. And if you are one of Combs's employees, you should expect to get a subpoena. We saw it with James, the assistant, yesterday, and now Kaplan. Why did he invoke? Well, and this has to go with the RICO conspiracy. If you are a co-conspirator, so if you bought the condoms and the baby oil and the Astroglide for the freak-offs, even if you didn't participate in the sex acts, you could potentially be criminally liable and on the hook for sex trafficking and racketeering. So Kaplan, through his lawyers, did the safe thing. He invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege, not because he necessarily didn't want to testify, but he wanted that immunity from prosecution. And I could tell you that prosecutors love RICO for many reasons. It brings in a lot of people and a lot of evidence into these cases. It can bring in state charges. It can bring in crimes that are even barred by the statute of limitations. And by bringing all these individuals, you can lean on them, Stephanie, and force them to cooperate. And that's what you want to do. So I talked about it on Live Now yesterday. I was joking about my assistant, Julia, because the assistants know where the bodies are buried. They have information that no one else has because they're part of Combs's inner circle. They travel with him. They witness things like the freak-offs, and obviously they were privy to everything that happened with Cassie Ventura.
And that goes to my next question is, in terms of the line of questioning, what was interesting yesterday and in the previous day when Combs's former personal assistant testified, David James, the testimony that he shared, he would couch it saying, well, I had no idea that I was purchasing these items for these alleged freak-offs. I walked into the hotel room and I saw Cassie with a man and Diddy, and I had no idea what was going on. So when it comes to the line of questioning to really outline all of this, specifically geared towards the racketeering case, what is that line of questioning that prosecutors are looking to go by?
So this is the important thing for racketeering. You need a few things. You need a criminal enterprise. So the fact that we're talking about Combs and, Bad Boy, the company, right? That is important because you need to show that criminal enterprise and Combs being head of that enterprise, right? So yesterday, David James was testifying about how he would submit things for reimbursement, but when it came to the condoms and the lube, he would pay for those cash using Combs's infamous Louis Vuitton bag that had approximately $10,000 in cash. There's nothing illegal about using cash, Christina, but when you're submitting your meals and everything else for reimbursement and you're buying other things in cash, people tend to pay or do things that are unlawful using cash. That could be prostitutes. That could be illegal drugs. So we saw that testimony. Now, you also need a pattern of racketeering activity. That's why we're talking about sex trafficking, but you don't necessarily need sex trafficking to prove the RICO charge. There can be other predicate crimes. What are some of those? Arson, blowing up Kid Cudi's car, that qualifies. Kidnapping. And kidnapping doesn't mean you got to grab someone and throw them in the back of a white van. Even if you use force to prevent someone from going somewhere or to hold them, like in that 2016 hotel video, that's kidnapping. Obviously, obstruction of justice. We heard Dawn Richard say that Combs told her that she may disappear. Bribery. We've seen an attempt to bribe Officer Flores, the security guard from the hotel. Extortion, shaking down Regina Ventura, saying, hey, if you don't pay me $20,000, I'm going to leak 2 sex tape videos. So you have all these other predicate acts that are coming in. So what the prosecution is going to do at the end of the case is say, listen, it doesn't have to be the mob, doesn't have to be the cartel. You can get to RICO through Bad Boy Entertainment, the record company with Combs at the head of it, even if you don't find sex trafficking.
Yeah, so I'm just reading some of these updates right here, Nima, and George Kaplan taking to the stand, testifying that he, left the company back in 2015, but was reporting to essentially Combs's right-hand woman while working as his executive assistant, saying that she essentially ran his life, Kaplan now claiming that Diddy began working late nights, working anywhere from 80 to 100 hours a week. He was paid about $125,000. Talking about some of his responsibilities right here. At this point in time, obviously, just small things, but in requests for clothing, drugs, also that he and I'm just reading this live right here, so bear with me. He says that Sean Diddy Combs frequently threatened his job. So, that's interesting right there, saying he was angry, if he wasn't performing at a particular level. We're taking a live look at people exiting the court right there. But, when he says that he felt like Combs was threatening his job if he didn't perform, what does that go towards? What charge might that testimony lend itself to?
Stephanie, this is what's so great about live now. Really, I mean, not only the live shots, but live summaries of what's happening in court, because unfortunately there are no cameras in federal court. So let's talk about Kaplan's testimony. And that right-hand woman he's talking about is Christina Horan. She will be a very important witness. She was Combs's chief of staff. She reportedly, according to the civil lawsuits, would help procure the drugs and the sex workers. She's going to have more information than anyone. So what Kaplan is doing first is connecting the dots, right? So when I was a former federal prosecutor, when I was a prosecutor, I would prosecute drug cartels, for instance, right? So you know, in your office, you would have that board. I would have the head of the organization, then the lieutenants, and you work your way down. So even though Kaplan might be a lower level employee in the criminal enterprise, because he had a direct relationship with Combs and would travel with him and would witness a lot, he is a key witness and he can tie everything together. So he's important to just sort of lay the scene. Now, he's talking about, obviously, a pattern of violence and threats. What you want, if you're the prosecution in this case, the defense is saying that this is all consensual. You want to show that Combs was consistently violent and threatened other people. So when he told Dawn Richard that she would go missing, that's a threat, right? That's potential obstruction, intimidating witnesses, extortion. When Kid Cudi and Cassie were told that something bad would happen to them, they would be harmed. Again, those threats, that all falls into that racketeering activity. When you have David James say that he saw Combs go with 3 guns to look for Suge Knight at the Mel's Diner. Again, all this violence, this is all very helpful testimony for the prosecution, because you see what the defense is trying to do here. They're trying to admit some of the violence, but draw this fine line between physical violence and sexual violence, which will be very difficult to do with all these witnesses saying the same thing.
Yeah, Nima, I want to ask you this because no doubt, they're going to be trying to subpoena a lot of these. And you mentioned Christina Coram, who was, Combs's former chief of staff. The person on the stand right now, George Kaplan, he had mentioned that he was only there because he was subpoenaed. He was going to invoke the Fifth Amendment right. Let's say they subpoena someone like Christina. Could she then refuse and also invoke the Fifth Amendment right and just never testify? How does that work? I know that there, the term hostile witness, but can you compel someone to testify if they invoke that Fifth Amendment right, as we kind of, as you mentioned, work our way up that chain of command?
Absolutely, Stephanie. That's a great question. So let's talk about the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. Everyone has a right to remain silent, right? That's something that even young kids see when you're arrested. Officers read you those Miranda rights. But the right to remain silent is really the privilege against self-incrimination. So you don't say something that may incriminate you. So if you are given immunity from prosecution, that means that no matter what you say, it can't be used against you. You can actually be compelled to testify. So when the judge, Subramanian in this case, gave Kaplan immunity, if he continued to refuse to testify, he could actually be held in contempt. He can be incarcerated for the period of time of this trial. He could be in federal custody in prison until he agrees to testify. So once immunity is granted, that incrimination fear no longer applies, and a witness, whether it's Kaplan, whether it's Horam, or it's anyone else in Combs's inner circle, they can be forced to testify, and that's what happened here.
Yeah, and it's just going to be so interesting. So we just got a new update, Nima, that the jury has been dismissed for the day. I want to ask you this because we were just hearing from George Kaplan. He was only on the stand for, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or so, no more than, 40 minutes. What is and I know that the judge had said, hey, look, I want to dismiss the jury between 3 and 4 p.m. Eastern time every day, but he was barely on the stand. I mean, when it comes to determining when to cut someone off and when to dismiss the jury, how does all of that factor in? And my second question is, how does the defense and the prosecution feel? You're just getting involved, and I have to imagine momentum is a big part of this as well.
No question. I mean, we saw this last week when the judge in the case said Cassie Ventura is getting off the stand Friday, no matter what. He was really browbeating the defense and pressuring them to wrap up their cross-examination. Judges have a lot of control over their courtroom when it comes to managing these trials. And usually appellate judges and courts, they don't step in unless it's an abuse of discretion. So this is something you typically see. And I think this was part of the prosecution's strategy. They said Kid Cudi is going to testify this week. A lot of people thought it was going to happen today. Obviously, he's going to be a very important witness to establish the jealousy and the rage and his car being blown up, right? So, and obviously he's a celebrity, the first celebrity to testify in this case. So people were really expecting it. But I think when the government realized that Dawn Hughes, the expert witness today, she was going to go for quite some time and talk about the psychology of abuse. She was an important witness too, because a lot of people who are watching, Stephanie, are asking, well, if Cassie was in this abusive relationship, why didn't she just leave, right? So if she was forced and she was subject to violence, and you have someone like Hughes who comes in, obviously she can talk about her background and experience. She has famously testified in the R. Kelly sex trafficking case. She testified for Amber Heard and the Johnny Depp case. She's testifying in Weinstein. So she's a pretty big witness when it comes to abuse victims. And I think the government realized, you know what, this witness is going to go for a very long time. I don't want to start with Kid Cudi, have him testify, because there's some strategy here as well. Because once that direct gets out, then the defense has more time to prepare their cross-examination. So they probably said, you know what, let's start him tomorrow or maybe even another day. That way the defense doesn't have the night to read through those transcripts and do a better job on cross-examination.
Yeah, you always want to catch the other side flat-footed. We also got a new update, Nima, saying that the Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey said she has about 30 minutes left of questioning left for Kaplan on direct examination. Does that seem short to you, an extra 30 minutes now that the jury has been dismissed, or is that kind of in line with how long that they would be, questioning Kaplan initially?
It does seem short, especially someone that was an assistant. If you're one of Combs's assistant, you had to have witnessed all or parts of the freak-offs, at least at a minimum, the setup, right? Buying all the products, the baby oil and everything, Combs's medicine bag, which contains both prescription drugs and illegal drugs. And then as far as the cleanup, when we saw images of these hotel rooms just being ransacked and destroyed, and the assistants would have to come clean up that mess, both literally and metaphorically. So I would expect more, but again, you just don't know how much they know. So yesterday, for instance, Regina Ventura, I thought one of the most important witnesses of the trial, she talked about, the $20,000 wire and taking pictures of Cassie's bruising. She was a very short witness. Obviously, the defense didn't cross her at all, but it was only approximately 15 minutes. So it's really tough to know. Sometimes it's a style. Some lawyers tend to be a little bit more long-winded, ask more questions, more thorough. Some like to get in and out. It also depends on, what do we want to get out of this witness? Sometimes less is more, but you're right. I would expect a personal assistant testifying under a grant of immunity. They would have a lot more to say than 30 minutes plus whatever we got at the end of the day today.
Yeah, I agree with you. And then we also have another update, and this doesn't necessarily come as a surprise, but we do expect now, prosecutors say that Kid Cudi is also going to take the stand tomorrow. I have to imagine that if he would be pretty much the entire day, as his testimony is so crucial in regards to the allegations of, arson and the retaliation when it comes to, the on-off relationship with Cassie. No doubt, I'm sure that you're also very interested in seeing what comes out of that testimony.
Oh, I think Kid Cudi is going to be a very important witness. Like you said, we're going to get the arson, right? The threat to blow up his car being blown up, apparently. We'll see. We're going to hear about Combs's jealousy, right? Kid Cudi was the reason that he demanded $20,000 from Cassie and her mother. So we're going to get extortion on top of arson. We're going to see what Cassie told him about the abuse, if he can corroborate. Maybe he saw the bruising. Maybe he saw other evidence of that physical abuse. Did Cassie tell him about the freak-offs? Now, some of that is hearsay, but to the extent that the defense is arguing that Cassie is fabricating, some of those hearsay evidence can actually come in as prior consistent statements. So you might see the observations, you might see the crimes, and you might actually get more of Cassie's testimony. Because, of course, if you're the prosecution, you want to get out as much as you can in terms of the evidence at or near the time of the abuse. And that can help counter some of the emails and text messages that were problematic, that seem to imply at least that Cassie was helping plan these freak-offs, or at least was a willing participant in them.
So I want to ask you this, Nima, because Kid Cudi is a very well-known figure, a celebrity in his own right, and he's never really spoken explicitly about all of this. I mean, there's been, allusions in some of his songs, but how forthright is one on the stand? I imagine that there's, for a lot of these folks, concerns over safety, over potential retaliation. So, for someone of his stature, when you lay it all out there, how does that work? I mean, obviously, he already knows what he's going to say. He's been prepped by his team. But how honest do you have to be? You have to tell the truth under oath. But, just all of the nuances is just fascinating.
It is. And Stephanie, that's a real concern. And that was one of my concerns at the beginning of the case, that, you have these victims, 3, 4 victims. And what if one of them goes sideways because they're afraid? I've prosecuted many, many cases, and it happens. I've represented victims of physical and sexual assault, and they get cold feet. They get scared. They'll just say, Nima, I can't do it. I can't show up. I'm worried about myself. I'm worried about my family. I can't tell these very intimate details to not only these 12 jurors, but the entire world is watching. And there's also the possibility that people can be bought off. I'm not saying that that's going to happen with someone like Kid Cudi, but Combs has almost unlimited means. He's paying his lawyers millions and millions of dollars to handle this case. He could potentially pay off one of the victims or witnesses. And why do I say this? Well, this is not inconsistent with some of the evidence, right? We heard on day one, Monday of last week, that he tried to bribe Officer Flores, the hotel security guard. Carrie Morgan, Cassie's former best friend, got paid $30,000 for an NDA after she was allegedly attacked by Combs with a coat hanger. So if your life is on the line and you've done this before, again, that's something that the prosecution has to consider. Now, I'm not saying that's going to affect Kid Cudi necessarily, but there might be some witnesses like victim 2 who disappeared for some period of time that just might not show up at trial, and that has to be a concern if you're the government in this case.
Yeah, and you brought that up. I was going to bring that up, but one of the victims just went missing, and I have to imagine this is such a high-profile case. These are very powerful individuals, and like you said, Sean Diddy Combs has just extensive resources, unlimited resources. No one's really come forward until Cassie, and that video from the hotel. There've been rumors, of course, but my gosh, it's just going to be fascinating as we look ahead to tomorrow, Nima. Obviously, we expect the unexpected, but what are you specifically looking at as we look ahead to the continuation of the former assistant and, of course, Kid Cudi taking the stand?
One other point is, we're talking about other celebrities, right? And everyone wants to know who the celebrities are. I think given the high profile nature of this trial, the entire world watching, at least trying to follow it, you are seeing celebrities that are speaking out more, and they have to. So for instance, Justin Bieber, right, was a subject of rumors for years. He finally issued a statement through a spokesperson that he was not an abuse victim of Combs because, again, his name is being brought into the trial. So really, at Kid Cudi, I think everyone's been waiting for this testimony. Here's someone who was romantically involved with Cassie, so he's going to get into the nature of their relationship. Combs's threats and the violence, right? What does he know? What does he know about other people involved, other celebrities, right? Did he go to Diddy's white parties? What did he see there? What did he hear about other participants in the freak offs? Because again, I'm just basing it on the civil lawsuits. But so far, Stephanie, there's been a lot of other celebrity names thrown out there. Now, in this case, we've talked about Michael B. Jordan. I mean, Usher was present at some moment. Is he going to start naming names tomorrow? I think that is the number one thing that really people don't know what will happen, probably the most unpredictable element. The rest of it, I think we have heard bits and pieces of, the threats and the jealousy and all that. But I think other celebrities, that's the biggest question I have for Kid Cudi tomorrow.
Yeah, that's one of the questions that a lot of our viewers are asking about. Also, Mike Myers from, Austin Powers, they're like, how has he been dragged into this? We don't know. But I have to imagine if you're one of the celebrities whose names has been attached in whatever way, you are concerned, you're frightened, you're probably hitting the refresh button on your browser, wondering if your name is going to come up in one of these updates. I mean, this could, and to that point, Nima, obviously there is a very, maybe sometimes a cone of silence when you talk about the celebrity world and everyone saying, we're not going to share. But do you think this could blow up? Do you anticipate that happening? Or do you feel like people are just going to, close their mouth? They're going to look the other way because they don't want this to, get out even further?
I'm here in Hollywood, Stephanie, and I can tell you that the last thing any celebrity wants is to have anything to do with this trial. This could be a career killer, even the association. I think Diddy will likely be convicted. And if you're named, you can be a Mike Myers, you can be a Michael B. Jordan, you can be any number of the other names. I'm not going to speculate, but we know the people that are being talked about on social media. Even if your name is dropped in this case, it'd be so damaging. You better have your lawyer and your publicist on speed dial. You might get sued, you might get dropped, you might get canceled entirely. I mean, that's how potentially dangerous this is for someone's career, just to be named and identified during the Diddy trial.
What an incredibly major trial happening right now in New York City. It's going to be fascinating tomorrow to see what kind of testimony comes out. I know that you're going to be following along very closely. Probably we're going to be chatting with you once again as we have that live update. But Nima, we appreciate you joining us. You join us pretty much every single day, giving your expertise and your perspective. And as always, we really appreciate it.
Of course, my pleasure. I love being on with you and your colleagues at Live Now. And, because there's no cameras, this is the best way to follow the trial on Live Now. I encourage everyone to do so.
All right. Thank you so much, Nima. We appreciate it. And as Nima was saying, we do give you up to the minute updates right here on our YouTube stream. We start it every morning at 9 a.m. That's when court gets in session. We don't end until well beyond the jury dismissal right here. But we did want to let you know that court has been adjourned for the day in day 8 of testimony. As you continue to take a live look right here, we're going to stay on this because, of course, you never know who might walk out through those doors. We're giving you the very latest information as the judge has now dismissed the jury in the Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. We have been seeing people exiting the doors right there of the New York City federal courthouse. And we are also going to be speaking with a reporter who was inside. We are going to be speaking with him in just about 30 minutes or so, but you never know. He might join us even earlier as court has now been adjourned. We were speaking with Larry Neumeister, just earlier today as he stepped out, really providing that perspective for us. And it's just been absolutely fascinating hearing from him. So we are going to be bringing him back in just about 30 minutes or so. But I did want to give you the very latest information on this, as we have seen the twists and turns on day 8, as the very last person to take the stand was Sean Diddy Combs' former employee, George Kaplan, who had testified that he would often tidy up the hotel rooms in order to protect the rapper's public image. And so we do have that latest information for you, as we do want to bring that to you right here. And we're going to continue all of this as well. So the very latest information continues to be this as we follow all of the latest developments. As we continue to follow the very latest developments after the judge has dismissed the jury for the day in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial, I wanted to talk about what we can expect tomorrow. So George Kaplan, who was the former assistant, or one of them, I should say, to Combs, he will continue to testify under direct examination tomorrow beginning at 9 a.m. According to the assistant U.S. attorney, Maureen Comey, she said that she would only have about 30 minutes left of questioning on direct examination. Now, earlier we were speaking with former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani, and I asked him, this seems very short because he had only been on the stand today for about 30 to 40 minutes. And he did say that he was surprised by the brevity of all of this. He would have expected this to take a little bit longer. Now, of course, it could take longer tomorrow morning, but that is the time frame that she gave the judge right there for direct examination. Of course, then there is going to be the cross-examination, with Sean Diddy Combs' defense. What is also interesting to note is George Kaplan appeared in court today invoking, he said he would invoke his Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate himself, and then the judge provided him immunity. So that is significant because he had only appeared under subpoena. Now that he has immunity, he can testify without fear of criminal repercussions right there. So he was on the stand talking about how he would sometimes travel with Combs or sometimes travel ahead. And his job was to set up hotel rooms with clothes, with a speaker, candle, baby oil, and Astroglide. In line with the previous assistant, he says that he also bought the supplies himself However, he said he paid using his corporate credit card, and he claimed that he was given a few hours notice to set up a hotel room. Now, Kaplan testified that he did set up hotel rooms in LA at the Intercontinental Hotel, New York at the Trump Hotel, and Miami at the SLS, and they were always set up under the name Frank Black. Kaplan also testified that it was his understanding that Diddy would have guests, a female partner at the hotels, and stay anywhere from 12 hours to several days. He also described what he would see in these hotel rooms. He told the jury that he would see energy drinks, he would see a lot of baby oil. He also testified that he saw crystallized powder on one of the counters in the bathroom, and then claimed that he would tidy the rooms up to protect Sean Diddy Combs, to protect his public image. He also said that hotels would sell photos or videos to newspapers to try and embarrass celebrities, and he wanted to avoid that. And he also claimed that he did not see any of the rapper's guests at these hotels. He also testified that his former employee would threaten his job on occasion, testifying that he worked for Combs's enterprises as Diddy's assistant beginning in 2014, and claiming that he made about $125,000 a year working 80 to 100 hours a week. He also testified that Diddy would allegedly threaten his employment monthly, telling Kaplan that he would only be surrounded by the best. He also recalled the first time that Combs allegedly threatened him, saying that he purchased a 2.5-gallon water bottles instead of 1-gallon water bottles. He testified that Combs was allegedly angry and got in his face. So he did discuss his employment history with Sean Diddy Combs, detailing his responsibilities right here, saying that he would tidy up the hotel rooms to protect Sean Diddy Combs, and he didn't want to embarrass him. So he's going to take the stand tomorrow once again, and we are going to be hearing from him. You know, the prosecutor says that she will. Oh, and there's Sean Diddy Combs, one of his sons right there, live. Another one of his sons, as we're sharing this live video right here. We didn't get audio, but let's see if we do now. All right, so unfortunately, we don't have any audio right here, but we are continuing to work all of our angles and our sources. But we did see live right there some of the sons of Sean Diddy Combs get into the black SUV, exiting the courthouse right there, and you can see that police are removing those barricades. But we like to stay with this live stream right here, because even though the jury has been dismissed, like we said, you just never know who is going to exit right there. So we did want to share that with you. And I also wanted to bring up some of the very latest information that you can read along at your leisure there on the left-hand side of your screen. We are expecting to hear from Associated Press reporter Larry Neumeister as he is also making his way down from the courtroom right there. He has been inside for every single second of this trial right here, day 8, now wrapped up there in Manhattan. And we will be speaking with Larry in just a little bit. It's going to be very interesting to hear from him on the testimony that we were just detailing with you on, which is the testimony of George Kaplan, testifying about how he would often tidy up hotel rooms to protect the public image of Sean Diddy Combs. And it will be interesting to ask him, I'm curious, you know, did they make any eye contact? Did they ignore each other? What was Sean Diddy Combs' demeanor? Because as he was sharing with us earlier, there really hasn't been much emotion from Sean Diddy Combs, even as he has been listening to testimony like the testimony from Cassie or Cassie's mother. He did share that the one emotional moment that Sean Diddy Combs had was when there was video and photos of the raid to his Star Island mansion, and it showed an armored vehicle like ramming into the side of it. Larry detailing that Combs put his hand over his eyes to shield himself, and he seemed very upset by that. So I am interested in hearing from him about Diddy's demeanor today, as we are expecting to be joined by him in just about 20 minutes time as we are working on that. So continuing our live coverage here, we just saw Sean Diddy Combs' sons walk out of the courtroom. Earlier, we also saw Dr. Dawn Hughes, who testified for hours today talking about abuse and trauma. We saw her exit as well. Tomorrow, rapper Kid Cudi is expected to testify along with the former assistant George Kaplan. So very interesting, and we're going to continue to share the very latest developments right here on Live Now from Fox as we do await Larry to join us in just about 20 minutes time. We are staying with this live look right here outside the New York City federal courthouse as we just saw Sean Diddy Combs' sons exit the courtroom. They were there to provide support for their father. We have not seen his daughters attend, but again, you know, we do see that continued support right here. As we do await Larry to join us here on our streaming channel, I also wanted to share this tidbit with you because this is very interesting. So Dr. Dawn Hughes, she's a clinical psychologist. We've been talking about her all day. She was on the stand. She was testifying for hours, talking about the cycle of abuse, talking about the power dynamic between the abuser and the victim. And we have learned previously that she has never taken the stand in defense of a man accused of a sex crime. So she had previously testified against a number of high-profile celebrities. She testified against R. Kelly. She testified against a sex cult leader. She testified against Johnny Depp. And she is going to take the stand in Harvey Weinstein's rape retrial, testifying against the former film producer. So this is a new tidbit just into our newsroom right here. During her redirect examination, Assistant U.S. Attorney Mitzi Steiner asked if Hughes had been retained by defense attorneys. The clinical psychologist said yes, she has confirmed that she has been previously retained by some of the defense attorneys in this case. In fact, during recross examination, she explained that she worked for Sean Diddy Combs' defense attorney, Brian Steele, who was defending a woman, a victim of domestic violence, and that woman was accused of shooting her husband. However, Steele did not end up calling Hughes to testify. So a very small world right here, as we have learned that Dr. Hughes worked for one of Sean Diddy Combs' defense attorneys, Brian Steele, although was never called to testify in that separate case right there. So Dr. Hughes taking to the stand for several hours, talking about how it is not common for victims to disclose the abuse. And she testified that victims will often wait years or months to come forward, claiming that they wait because they're afraid of not being believed. They're afraid of the consequences. They're afraid that people are going to look negatively on them. They also can fear for an economic situation, a change. If someone is in control of the finances, they're worried they may not have enough money. And also a change in their community as well. So she did testify that it's very difficult for a victim to disclose abuse, even in the best of circumstances. And they usually only disclose that abuse when they are in a safe environment, when they are able to get help, when they are able to put words to the abuse. And so she is really mapping out for the jurors why Cassie may have acted the way that she did, why she may not have come forward initially, why she may have denied that she was being abused, why she may have gone along with these alleged freak-offs. We have been hearing a lot about, going along with it or being okay with it. And yesterday, one of the male escorts testified that during these alleged freak-offs that he says that he was a part of, that at no point in time did Cassie ever look uncomfortable, that she expressed her discomfort. He testified that he would have stopped the situation from progressing had she indicated or had he felt like she was uncomfortable. So he testified yesterday. This is the male escort, Sheree Hayes, otherwise known as the Punisher, that everything seemed as though this was consensual. He said he never saw anything otherwise. He also testified that he never saw any drug abuse. And, Cassie has often, as she previously did testify, that she would use drugs to disassociate and to not feel, when she was in these alleged freak-offs right here. So a lot of this psychology kind of dovetails into the testimony that Cassie provided last week. Dr. Hughes, no stranger to celebrity trials. She previously testified against R. Kelly, the sex cult leader Keith Raniere, Johnny Depp, Harvey Weinstein. So she was talking about all of this. And of course, there was the issue of potential bias, as she has never testified in defense of a male in a domestic violence case. So that was brought up. There were a number of sidebars as well during all of this, as both sides were talking about her testimony, deciding, what they could admit and what they had to omit. And so that was, also interesting to note as well. Jury dismissed. We did see quite a flurry of activity just about 10 minutes or so ago as we saw the sons of Sean Diddy Combs leave the courthouse. We also saw Dr. Hughes leave just about, I would say, 20 minutes prior to that. And so the jury now being dismissed. We are waiting to hear from Larry Neumeister. We are expecting him to join us in just about 15 minutes or so. He was in court all day today. He's really been in court every single day since this trial has begun. And so we are waiting for him to hop on. He was very gracious enough to hop on. When we were on at around 1 p.m., it was raining at the time. It seems to have let up now, luckily, right there. But it was just really rainy right there. He joined us outside of the courthouse to share with us what he was seeing, what he was hearing. And, we've been speaking about Dr. Hughes's testimony. He was mentioning that the jury really seemed to connect with that testimony, that they were taking a lot of notes, that they really seemed to be absorbing what she was saying. It seemed that they were really taking it to heart. And, Larry was sharing with us that very likely, a lot of this testimony is testimony that the jurors and, other people could connect with. Because this was not specific to Cassie, but this was talking about trauma in general and how people respond to that trauma and use various methods, to cope, whether that be drugs or alcohol, burying the feelings, forgetting difficult memories because it's simply just too difficult. So we're continuing to follow all of this. And Sean Diddy Combs' defense lawyer, one of them speaking with Fox News earlier this morning, stating that it is going to be a long trial. They are just getting started. He said, we have a lot of witnesses to go. We have a lot of weeks to go. And as the summer gets hotter, I'm sure so will the trial. And we saw that today. A lot of people surprised by the former employee, George Kaplan, talking about, how he was going to invoke his Fifth Amendment. A lot of people were surprised when he walked in and granted immunity. We continue our live coverage on the left-hand side of your screen. The latest information as the jury has been dismissed. We are waiting to hear from Larry Neumeister. In fact, I might try and connect with him to see maybe he can join just a little bit earlier, which would be fantastic. And so we're going to just reach out to him and continue our live coverage. So Larry Neumeister is going to be joining us in just a few moments. He was actually inside the courtroom. I'm curious to see if we're actually going to see him live walking out or if he's going to go through another exit. But he said he was inside, so he's going to be hopping on with us in just a moment. And he was inside during all of the testimony right here. I'm really curious to ask him about George Kaplan, the former employee who was on the stand before court was adjourned. Kaplan is going to be back on the stand tomorrow as he was outlining how he says he prepared all of the hotel rooms with various items for Sean Diddy Combs, and talking about the dynamic, stating that Sean Diddy Combs would threaten him and, get very upset if he felt like he made a mistake. We also saw live at this very angle right here, the sons of Sean Diddy Combs walking outside. We've been seeing them show up pretty much every day to support their father. You have to imagine that hearing, this testimony is certainly not easy, the serious allegations against their father right there. But we were hearing from Larry that, everyone is incredibly composed and really no emotion. Really no visible emotion, perhaps. No doubt they're feeling it on the inside, given the gravity of this situation. Tomorrow is certainly going to be a really interesting day. I mean, today was interesting. Tomorrow, we were expecting perhaps rapper Kid Cudi to testify. We then learned that that wasn't going to happen today. We now know that he is expected to testify tomorrow. And this is going to be really interesting because his name has come up repeatedly. And now we're going to be hearing directly from him. So Kid Cudi is a rapper. He had a brief relationship about 14 years ago with Cassie when Cassie and Combs were on a break. Prosecutors have contended in court filings that Combs was so upset about the relationship that he arranged to have Cudi's convertible firebombed. And we're all going to be very interested in hearing whether that, in fact, is the case. Prosecutors earlier today informed the judge that Cudi would not be called to the stand before tomorrow. And so testimony resumed without that. But last week, Cassie testified that Combs was enraged when she left him for a period of time and began dating Cudi, and that Combs left a large bruise on her back when she left his LA home for the last time that year. All right, so I do see that Larry is hopping on. I'm just going to give him a quick audio check as he is gracious enough to be outside the federal courthouse. We're going to get to him in just a moment. All right, so we do have Larry Neumeister, a reporter with the Associated Press, who has been joining us the second time right now of the day. Larry, you were inside the courtroom. We were talking with you, a few hours ago. You were sharing with us such important insight. So much has happened since we spoke to you at 1 o'clock. Incredible testimony from the former assistant, really interesting testimony with the clinical psychologist that you were sharing with us. A lot of juries were connecting with. I want to ask you this because the former assistant came in, said that he was going to invoke his Fifth Amendment right. He was granted immunity. What was the reaction from the defense team, from Sean Diddy Combs, when they saw him walking in?
They've been pretty much the same throughout with all the witnesses. Defense teams and defendants in particular go out of their way not to react when witnesses head to the witness stand because they know the jury is watching them at all times. And they don't want to, and they also know in a trial like this that we in the media are watching them at all times. So they don't really want to react in big ways in front of anybody. The one exception would be, I would say, when Donald Trump was involved in a trial with E. Jean Carroll in December, or actually in January of 2023. And he was very animated in the courtroom, and you could immediately know exactly what he was thinking. That is not the case in a trial such as this. And in this instance, Sean Combs, even when George left the stand this afternoon, Combs had his head, looking down at some papers and such. He didn't even look up to watch him leave the witness stand. But George, it was interesting when he testified because he hasn't actually gotten to, I think, the reason that the prosecutors put him on the stand. Last week, when Cassie was testifying about everything she said she endured at the hands of Sean Combs, she was asked by a prosecutor at one point, is there any employee among those who witnessed you getting hit and beaten by Sean Combs who quit as a result? And she said at the time that George Kaplan did. So I imagine that is the reason they're putting him on the stand to testify about that. They have not yet gotten to that. They will get to that tomorrow morning. And then Kid Cudi will be on the stand. The prosecutor says there'll be 5 witnesses tomorrow. He will be the first after George Kaplan. And they said all 5 witnesses tomorrow will be relatively brief. So we're not going to have Kid Cudi on the stand for, 2 hours likely or something like that.
Which is interesting, right? Because we had this clinical psychologist, Dr. Hughes. She was on the stand for several hours. You know, you've covered this before, but does that surprise you that Kid Cudi is not going to be on the stand for a while, or they're only going to keep it? He's going to be on the stand for that very specific reason to talk about, the allegations of the firebombing and the retaliation. His role, Larry, would you say, is incredibly crucial, but that time frame is very brief.
Yes, and that's often the case with a witness. There's a single bit of testimony they want out of the person, and they don't want to ask too many questions, because then the defense can, if they want, really go on a fishing expedition and bring out all kinds of things. So they want to ask in their direct questioning, prosecutors want to ask as few questions as possible to get what they hope is the evidence they need without opening the door to all kinds of questions that could allow the defense to tear down their witness. I think defense lawyers are probably pretty happy with the cross they did on that psychologist, because they attempted to portray her as sort of favoring the prosecution in these cases, favoring the victims, and not being as neutral as a person like that should be. She stood up well to the cross-examination, but I think defense lawyers are probably happy and feel like they really made their points.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that she admitted that she had never defended a male in these types of domestic violence cases was certainly interesting as well. Five witnesses, though, Larry. That seems awfully ambitious tomorrow. Has there been 5 witnesses that they've successfully gone through in one day, or really that's going to be the most?
I think we've had as many as 3. So 5 would be a record, and we're all about setting records in the courts. But no, it'll be interesting to see them if they get them all done, and then the jury will be off until the following Tuesday because of the Memorial Day weekend, and they're not meeting on Friday. So it'll be a 4-day weekend for the jury. And by the way, at the end of today's proceedings, a little crowd gathered outside the front of the courthouse to watch 2 of Combs' sons leave the courthouse. So there's it seemed like some of them were tourists who were excited at, seeing the action in front of the courthouse, but others seemed to just be genuine fans of perhaps the music industry and what Combs represents to them.
Yeah, it was interesting because we were watching live, Larry, as we saw the camera pan, and obviously we saw the two sons leave. And, we had been talking about the importance of, family members showing their support. So it does look like, that did happen. Before we let you go, and we appreciate you sticking around until the conclusion. But, as you prepare yourself for tomorrow, major people set to testify, how do you prepare as a journalist? What are you particularly keeping a close eye on?
Well, today I was listening to a couple of his tunes to see if there were some lyrics that might be especially pertinent to the trial. I didn't necessarily spot them, but I might look for some more of those. I'll really be looking for the reaction of everyone to him, to see if Combs has any particular reaction to him. Remember that at the very start, it was Combs who set him up with Cassie, figuring that he could help her in the music studio. And then he and Cassie developed what was a very brief relationship. It really only started in December of 2011, and it ended in 2011. So we're talking there of a relationship that lasted days, not even weeks, and certainly not months. So it was a very brief encounter, but brought up a storm of emotion apparently with Sean Combs, and led to all of these things. And what the defense contends with more domestic abuse, but what prosecutors say were these major federal crimes of racketeering and sex trafficking. So all of that is yet to be seen, and hopefully in the future we can talk a little bit about the difference it is when celebrities are in the courtroom, and how these trials play out differently sometimes than when someone's in the courtroom who the jury has never heard of.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That is such a significant difference. And Larry, we always appreciate you, hopping on with us and giving that inside information. You are our eyes and ears, and we absolutely appreciate it.
Anytime. Thank you.
Absolutely. And so concludes our live stream here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you hopping on. We are going to start bright and early at 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. It's going to be a busy day there inside the federal courthouse. So we are going to wrap up that testimony with George Kaplan, who had worked for Sean Diddy Combs, and then, of course, rapper Kid Cudi testifying about his brief relationship with Cassie and all of that ensued. We appreciate you watching. We'll see you tomorrow.